Hey folks, in today's video we're going to be building this weather app from Front-End Mentor using HTML, pure CSS, and vanilla JavaScript. How it works is you'll be able to type a location into the search box, run the search, and it's going to use two different APIs to pull the weather data for that location. You'll also have the capability to switch units between Celsius and Fahrenheit, load the hourly forecast for the next 7 days, as well as the daily forecast. And the best part is, Front-End Mentor has made the Figma files for this challenge free for everyone during this hackathon. It's usually something that is behind their pro paid plan, so if you haven't gotten a chance to, I highly recommend you check out this challenge and try to build the weather app yourself. Alright, let's get into the video. Alright, so we're here on the Front-End Mentor site on their challenges page, and if you want to start this challenge, you want to go here to the weather app challenge. And it has been set to a free plus, meaning anyone can get access to the Figma design for free, which is pretty awesome. So once you get here, you want to download the starter files as well as the Figma design file. And then you can just create a new account on Figma to look at the file. So let's actually look at the design first and just kind of figure out what our approach is going to be for this. So I have the Figma design open here, and they have a bunch of different frames. We're going to just check out the desktop design first with the, I guess, metric version versus the imperial units. So before I start building anything, I usually try to study the design just to figure out, what I'm going to be using to build this, and also to kind of identify areas that might be either easier or harder than others. So we're just going to be thinking about building the layout with CSS. So up at the top we have a header with a logo, and then this is a drop down where you can choose either metric or imperial units. And then we have the title. Then we have a search bar, so you can search for a location anywhere in the world. And then based on that, you are going to load the weather information. And I think by default they want to use geolocation to detect where your current location is just for the initial load. And then you can change the location with the dropdown. So here's the weather info. So just kind of looking at these elements here, this layout is kind of like a sort of bento type layout where you have a bunch of different sort of panels. And for desktop, we basically have, two columns here. We have the main info on the left, and then we have another column on the right for the hourly forecast. And then, so in the left column, we have the main info where you are with the current temperature. Then we have some other panels with additional information. And then we have a daily forecast for the next 7 days. Then we have the hourly forecast on the right, and it looks like you can select different days as well here. So for this, I would definitely use CSS Grid. And we also want to see how this layout is going to change when we go to mobile, because that's going to be kind of a complicated part. So, and they've given us a tablet design as well as a mobile design, which is pretty nice. So I'm going to turn off that layout grid for both of these, just so we can kind of see the actual content a little better. So let's see how the things change with tablet. So for tablet, the top part for all the devices actually seems the same. Everything is just in rows, and the content is centered here. So that shouldn't be too bad. Although I guess with mobile, they are stacking the search bar and the button to one column instead of having them next to each other. So let's check out the bento grid thing. So on tablet, we have basically one column. So instead of having the hourly forecast in the second column, everything's stacked to one column. And this part with the like the current temperature and the daily forecast seems to be pretty similar. So that shouldn't be too bad. And then you have the hourly forecast stacked underneath, basically with the same layout we had on desktop, just a little bit wider because we're on tablet. Then on mobile, things kind of stack even more, where we're 4 across on tablet and desktop, and we stack to 2 across. And then the daily forecast also gets stacked to kind of like a block grid kind of thing. So it's 3 columns here. And then the hourly forecast is basically the same. It just gets narrower on mobile. So yeah, these things are telling me that I'm probably going to want to use grid for at least this bottom part. For the search bar and the button, I might use Flexbox for that, or grid. I don't think it matters too much. It's just having these 2 elements stacked to mobile and then be next to each other on tablet and desktop. All right, so that's kind of the approach that I think we're going to be using. So the next thing I want to do is basically start setting up our files. And what I mean by that is I kind of like to get the colors and like the typography styles set up in CSS custom properties and just get everything, all the different font sizes and everything sort of set up there. So if we go into the design system page here, we can see that we have colors, which we can add to our styles. And then we also have typography styles for all the different types of text. So yeah, we're just going to save all of this in our styles of CSS custom properties. I don't know if I'm going to do the spacing. This seems like a lot of different spaces, which I think it would be good if you had a really big website, but just because this is one page, I'm probably going to skip on the spacing and then border radius. We'll just kind of set those as we build each individual element. So let's go to VS Code and I'll show you what we have for our starter files. All right, so in VS Code, we have the starter file set. So it starts off with an index.html file, which is, good to have all the copy so we don't have to keep copying and pasting from Figma. We have a README. Here's a style guide, which actually will come in really handy when we want to create our colors. And then we have this assets folder with fonts and images. So the images are good. Looks like we have WebP images, which are pretty good for file size loading just because they're more compressed. And then we have fonts, and looks like we have true type fonts. So I usually will use the WOFF font format just because it's going to be a smaller file size than true type. And these are all Google fonts, so maybe we'll start with those. I'm going to actually delete what they gave us here just because we're going to add our own. So we want to download the font files. So in DuckDuckGo, let's search for Google Web Fonts Helper. I'll zoom in so you can see better. And it's going to be this first result here. And here we go. So we want to get the name of the font file. And that should be in the style guide here. Yeah, so DM Sans is for the main body, and then Bricolage Grotesque is for the titles. So let's get DM Sans. Here we go. And then we need to figure out what font weights we want. So let's go back to our style here. Okay, they have a lot of font weights. 300, 500, 600, 600, italic, and bold. So 300, regular is 400, and I guess we're not using that. We're using 500, 600, 600 italic, and I think it was bold 700. Yeah. So got all those, and then when we get this font, we're going to get 2 things. We're going to get the font files in WOFF format, and we're also going to have to copy these styles into our styles to load from these font files. And you just want to make sure that you have the correct folder path. So in our project, we had the assets folder and then fonts, and I'll just kind of use the same thing here. So we want to make sure we're going to the correct path here. So when working with paths, I always like to start with just the forward slash to go directly to the root, and then assets, fonts. So we'll use that for the CSS. And let's download our files. And then I guess I'll just copy this and just start adding it to our styles. So we do need to create our style.css file. And I'm just going to paste in the font info there. And then the next one was the bricolage grotesque. And what was the font weight for that? That was just 700. So 700, and we'll uncheck regular. And again, we're gonna change our path to assets, fonts. And then we'll download the files. And again, let's copy those font styles and add it to our CSS. Let's do it underneath there. Okay, so now we need to get our font files and put them into our project folders. So here is DM Sans. I'll get all of these, go to assets, fonts in our project, paste them in, and then we'll get the bricolage grotesque and do the same thing, just paste it in. Okay. So we should be good on the fonts now. Okay, so let's kind of make sure that we have our CSS file loading. So one thing I do want to do is in our copy, I want to put all of this in a comment, because otherwise, because I have prettier, it's going to remove all the spaces and then just put everything in a big blob of text. So should be good. Okay, so now let's load our CSS with link CSS. And again, we'll do / style.css. Okay. So we got our fonts, and the next thing we want to do is add our colors. So I generally try to have all the fonts load first, just because the styles underneath can then use the fonts. So we're gonna create our colors in the root element here. Unfortunately, they gave us all the colors here, so I'm gonna split this to the right so I can have the CSS here on the left. And then I can just kind of copy everything here. So, what will be the best way to do this? CSS custom properties have to start with a double dash, so I'm going to say C for color, neutral, and we'll start with 900. And then copy and paste this. Actually, let's first just duplicate this. So 900, 800, 7, 6, 3, 2, 0. Just to make it a little bit easier. 800, 700, 6, 3, 2, and 0. So it gets darker the higher the number goes. So now let's copy and paste the colors here. Okay. And next up we got orange. So C orange 500. And then we got blue 500. And then blue 700. And again, it gets darker as the number increases. Okay, so those are our colors. Okay, so next up, let's write some boilerplate or CSS reset styles that I like to use just to reset some of these default browser styles that you don't really want. So the first one's going to be for all elements, including all pseudo elements before and after. And you want to set box sizing to border box so that the padding will get included in width and height and not be added in addition, because that can make things look kind of weird. Next up, I'm going to select again the wildcard for all elements, and I'm going to set margin on everything to 0. Just get rid of the default margins that get added to list elements, h tags, and paragraph tags. And then, what else do I like to do? For image tags, you want to set max width to 100%. This will prevent any horizontal scrolling in case the image is really big. So this max width will make sure it doesn't go outside the bounds of the parent. And I also want to start setting some of our font styles. So for body, we're going to set it to the font family DM Sans. So font family. And we have to make sure we have the right name. So DM Sans. And then you also want fallback, so we'll do Arial, just the sans serif fonts. Then we want to, for the H tags, H1, H2, H3, font family, we want to set it to the bricolage grotesque, which should be this. And then we do need a fallback for that. I can't remember what it looks like. I think it's just... I think it's a sans serif. Yeah, it's like a sans serif. So we'll do the same thing. Arial. Okay. And by default, the H tags will be font weight 700 for bold. So I think that's good. And we might need to set the font weight for the DM Sans for the default text, just because usually it'll be 400, which we didn't get. So let's see what we got here. This is text preset for DM Sans and bold. That's for the title. So, okay, we'll have to make sure we set that correctly. Preset 6. Let's see what that is. DM Sans medium. So medium is 500. So what's 300? Medium. Light. Okay, light is 300, so that's for these numbers here. So I'm just trying to figure out what the sort of default is going to be. Medium. We'll just set medium 500 as the default font weight, I think. So this is going to be on the body tag. So font weight 500. Okay, so let's now test and make sure that we have the correct font files loading for H tags and then default body text. So in the body, I'm just going to add some temporary text stuff. Here is a title. I'll add a paragraph with some lorem ipsum. So here is kind of our placeholder text. And let's click the, let me show you. I'm using the live server extension. So if you have that installed, you just need to click that Go Live button and it'll load a local server. Okay, so here is our site, and in Firefox you can check out the fonts here. So this is Bricolage Grotesque and DM Sans seem to be loading correctly, and if we look at the site, it does seem to look like those fonts, which is good. And we can check out on the H tag, it's loading Bricolage Grotesque. paragraph tag, it's loading DM sans. So, all right, so I think we're good for the fonts loading. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start mapping the colors that we have here in these properties to the different places where they're used on this site. And this is going to be with another set of CSS custom properties. And I realize that this sounds like it's kind of doing sort of duplicate work, but I feel like it's better because you can have all the colors mapped in one place in your styles, as opposed to having to, have them scattered all over in different selectors. And also, if you end up doing something like different color themes, like a dark and a light theme, having everything in one place makes it a lot easier to change the colors depending on what theme you're going to be using. So this will make a little more sense, I think, as I sort of start making these custom properties, but let me show you what I mean. So we're going to start with the background color of the site. And I have just the mobile design open here just to kind of conserve horizontal space so you can see everything. And fill color is neutral 900. So what I'm going to do is say color, we'll just say main BG for background, and it was color neutral 900, so neutral 900. There we go. And then the next thing we want to do is kind of figure out the text color. And it looks like everything here is like the white color, but I am just going to check and make sure. So fill neutral 0, which is white. Neutral 0. Check the drop down. That is also neutral 0. Let's check in here. This might be different. Neutral 200. So the search bar is neutral 200, which is not pure white. Let's check the button. Neutral 0. So it seems like most of the text, like the regular text, not in the form, is neutral 0. So I think we can kind of assume this is going to be the case. But let's check these panels down here too. Neutral 200. Okay. Neutral 0. So the title in the little box is 200, and then the actual value is 0. So it seems like most of them are neutral 0. So I think I'm just going to set this neutral 0 as the color. So color text. And I'm trying to think. I'll just say text light. I just need to figure out how to name things, which I think is the hardest part of any of this. So neutral 0. And then we had a color text. I don't know what to call this. We'll just say medium light. And then this is C neutral 200. Okay. So that's the text colors. So let's now do the gray background color that we have here in this drop down and in the search bar here. So let's see what this is. Fill neutral 800. Let's see what the search bar is. Neutral 800. Okay, so neutral 800 is going to be something like color form BG. So neutral 800. Okay. Let's see where else this gray color might be used. Neutral 800. Okay, good. So it's also used for these panels. Let's check these ones. Neutral 600. So maybe we'll duplicate this form BG light. So the naming is really just whatever you want, but as long as it kind of makes sense and follows like a consistent pattern, it'll be easier for you to sort of see what's going on. Okay, so there, and let's see what these are. This is neutral 800. Okay, so the main one. Neutral 600. Okay, so, and then this is different. Neutral 700. Let's duplicate this again. 700 is lighter than 600, or sorry, darker. So let's maybe say medium. And we'll do form background dark. Okay. And that seems to be it. Although there's like a border thing here. Let's see what that is. The stroke was 600. Let's see what other borders we might have here. Here. Oops. Stroke is 600 also. Okay, so that seems to be the border color. Stroke is 600. There's no outline on that. I don't think there's an outline on the drop down. Yeah. Okay, so 600 is the border color. So let's duplicate this one again. Color, form, border. There we go. I don't know if form is the right thing, but because it's used for the drop down, the text box, and also these panels, which aren't really form elements. So maybe we should rename them. I could call them something like panel. Like that. Okay. Next up is the button. So color, I guess just button. There's only one button here. And this was blue 500. Okay. What was orange? Maybe just this logo? Yeah, orange 500, but I feel like they probably gave us the logo as an SVG. Let me just check that really quick. So it'll be in assets, images. Is there a logo? Yeah, there's a logo. There we go. So I don't know if that orange is used anywhere else. This panel has a background SVG as well, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so I guess the orange wasn't really used. Maybe it's used for a hover state. So here's a drop down stuff. Hover state. Seems like it's just for the button and the drop down. Okay, so I guess the orange isn't actually used. It's not going to be used in our actual styles, but that's fine. Okay, so I think that's good for the background colors. We do want to get the colors for the hover states. So let's see. This is for loading the weather info. Here we go. So let's remove the layout grid again. So when it's hovered, it is, I don't know if the color got any different. Let's see. Neutral 700. What was it initially? $800. Okay. So 800 was here. I'm going to duplicate it. Color, panel, background, dark, hover. and we'll change this to 700. And I realize these color names are getting really long, but I think it's better to be descriptive. Okay, where were we? Hover. Okay, so, and we'll have to figure out that drop down as well later. Search bar, I don't know if that changed at all. Neutral 700. Okay, also goes to 700. So I guess it'll be the same thing. And then the button also changed, the blue button. Goes to blue 700. We should change this color button BG. Duplicate it, add a hover, and it changes to 700. All right. Okay, so I think we're good on the colors now. Yeah. So yeah, I hope this kind of makes sense that having everything kind of mapped out all in the same place will make it easier if we want to ever change colors, or again, if you want to use dark light theming in your website. Okay, so next we're going to set up the font sizes in CSS Custom Properties, kind of the same way that we're doing the colors here, where we're going to have one set that's just going to load the actual font size number, and then the next set will be where they're actually getting used. So I'm probably just going to add some new properties under the colors. So we'll say FS for font size, and I guess I'll just start from the top. So this first one is the biggest one, and on the design it's the number of the current temperature. It's the biggest text on the site. So I'm going to say FS 96, and we're going to set the font size, and it is 96 pixels, but you want to use rems because it's more accessible if the user changes the browser-based font size. So we're going to use the calc function to convert from 96 pixels to rems, and you can do that by dividing by 16, because by default 16 pixels equals 1 rem, and then we want to add the rem unit, and you can do that by multiplying it by 1 rem. So this is kind of what I've been doing lately with font sizes, and it takes a little extra work to add the calc stuff, but I don't think it's too bad. And we'll just kind of keep going down here. So maybe I will duplicate and then we'll just, update the number here. 52, 32, 28, and then 20. Okay, and this is still 20, just a different font weight. And we're not worrying about anything else. We're really just looking at the font sizes here. Then we got 18. Uh, 16 and 14. There we go. Okay. So that looks good, and again we'll worry about the font weights and line height and spacing a bit later. So now we need to kind of figure out when the font sizes are changing, because usually you have smaller sizes on mobile and then bigger sizes on desktop. So let's go to the design, and we're going to see where these are all getting used. So here's the main title, the H1 tag. This is text preset 2, which was 52 on mobile. Let's see how it changes. 52 and 52. So this is the H1 tag, and it is 52 all the time. So what I'm going to do is create another set of custom properties called font size, And this is for the H1 tag, so font size H1. And this is going to be 52. So we're just going to kind of keep seeing what we have here. So the top is an SVG, so we don't need to worry about font size for that. But let's check out the drop-down menu. This is 14, medium 14. It's not using a preset. And then here it is using a preset 14 to 16 on tablet. And then 16 on desktop. So 14 to 16. So font size, we'll say drop down DD, I guess, or maybe just drop down. And it's going to be 14 on mobile. But then we want to change this to larger size starting on tablet. So we're going to write a media query here. Media query width greater than or equal to, and again, I'm going to convert from pixels to rems for this. And for tablet breakpoints, usually I'm going to go, I think 700 and larger. Yeah. And then here, we're going to change the value of font size dropdown to be FS16 instead of 14. Okay. So again, this is kind of nice because we're using media queries and just changing all the font sizes in one place instead of having to individually do it in each individual element. So it's kind of like this is the sort of control panel for your colors and font sizes. And I haven't been doing this for super long, but it seems to be pretty nice. I like it so far. So anyway. Okay, next up is the text box. This is preset 5, so it's 20. So it's 20 across the board, and it doesn't change. So font size, text box. Maybe I'll just say search. And that was 20. Okay. So next up is the button. Text preset 5, which is 20 again. I feel like the button might be the same. Preset 5, preset 5. So the button is also the 20. So we'll use font size search for both the text box and the button. Okay, so next up is the current location. This is 28. Looks bigger, I think. No, it's still 28. Bigger here. Oh, still 28. It's just like an optical illusion, I think. So font size. We'll say city. Okay. And this is 18 for the date. 18. I think it's the same for desktop. Oops. I went too far. 18, and 18. Okay. So 18 is for, let's just duplicate this. Font size date. 18. There we go. And then next is the temperature. And this is 96. Pretty sure that's the same. Yeah. It's the same. Font size, we'll say temperature, temp. 96. Okay. Next is the feels like panels. Preset 6 is 18. I feel like these might be the same across the board. Yeah, so it's 18. What should I call this? Temp panel 18. Maybe I should say panel title. And then this will be the panel value, I guess. Text preset 3, 32. It's the same. Text preset 3, 32. This will be the value. Okay. And then we have forecast title here. It looks different. Text preset 5 is 20. Yeah, I think these are all just going to be the same. Oh wait, this is daily forecast. Yeah, text preset 5, which is 20. So daily forecast. Font size, daily forecast. And that was 20. Okay. I feel like all of these look like they're the same across the board, if I'm not mistaken. This one might be a little smaller. What's the text preset 716? Nope, it's the same. Okay, so these are all going to be the same. So we'll just look at the mobile ones. Forecast title, text preset 5, text preset 5. So maybe I'm just going to call this forecast title because it's being used for daily and hourly. And then we can go into here. This is text preset 6, 18. What should we call this? Maybe day. Let me check the other ones. So what was this? Text preset 6 at 18. And then this is text preset 7, 16. So it's 18, 17. And then down here, it's 20. And what is this? 8, 16. So the hourly, the hour time is larger than the others. So I'll just call them individually. Text forecast day. Oops. For this, sorry, forecast day is 18. And then the temperature is 16. So forecast temp will be 16. Hourly forecast will be forecast title. Oh, the drop down. This will be 16. Let's say forecast drop down. 16. Oops. This is 20 for the hour. And then the temperature, this is 16. Okay, so it's actually the same as the other temperature. So we'll use that for the same ones. Okay, so that should be everything. Okay. So there's only actually, the font size only changes for the H1 tag. But on regular, like on sort of landing pages and whatnot, you're going to have, you know, a lot more font size changes. It's just because of the layout being this sort of dashboard layout, it kind of keeps everything the same size. Okay. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is start writing the HTML markup for our site. and we're going to do all the HTML before we start doing any more styles. So I have a design, the tablet design open on the right here, and on the left we got our website. I'm going to delete that placeholder markup that we had earlier. So when I'm writing the markup, the first thing you want to do is kind of have the main sections of the site. So most websites are going to have some kind of header, and you want to use a header tag for that. And then the main content of the website is going to go in a main tag. And then if you had a footer, you would add the footer tag under the main tag, but we don't have a footer, so we just have the header and main. Now, this is an accessibility thing, but I'm going to add an ID of main to the main tag. And the reason that we want to do this is that we're going to add a skip link, and this is going to enable screen reader users as well as keyboard only users to be able to skip to the main section and able to skip the header. And this can be handy because headers can have a whole lot of navigation links and stuff like that. Our header has this units dropdown, and it I think has a lot of different selections. So we do want to enable people to skip this if they need to. So the first element in the body is going to be an anchor link, and this is going to go to #main skip to main content. And we're going to hide this with some CSS, which we'll add later. And we're going to attach all those styles to this class called visually hidden. And we're going to have some other visually hidden elements as well, which I'll get to as we continue down the site. So in the header, what do we have? We have our logo, and then we have that drop down. So logo image is also going to be an anchor link that will go to the home page. So you can just do / there, and the link is going to be the logo SVG. Okay, now one thing when you're loading images, you want to add width and height attributes in the HTML. So we need to see what size this logo is. And if you look down here, it is 197 by 40. So actually one handy thing you can do, I have this SVG preview extension, that's why it's loading the actual image. We can see the code if we go up here, reopen as source text. We can just copy the width and height from there and then paste it here. Now, since this is kind of the link to go to the home page, we do want to add, we'll say weather now home. And that's really more when you have multiple pages. This is kind of like a one-page thing, but I think it's still a good idea to just have good alt text when you can. Okay, so that is our link. And we also have this units drop down. So I haven't had to make one of these in a while, actually. So I might have to look up the documentation for this. So in DuckDuckGo, let's search MDN, Mozilla Developer Network, and I do know it's the select element. So let's see what the correct markup is for that. Okay, so label for choose a pet. I don't know if we need that. I think we'll just use the select. So it's select name, ID, and then option value. Okay. So select has a name, has an ID, and then it has options for each option. Units. And then I guess the ID could be the same, right? Hopefully. Now option. And the first one will have no value, and it just says please choose an option. And in our case, I think we have no value, and then it just says units. Also, it has that gear icon. So let's see where that is. Units. Okay, so it's the SVG there. Let's see what this looks like when the drop down is open. This is the actual drop down menu. Okay. I need to look up how to customize a drop down with the styles and then also the images. So I think I might just kind of leave things as is, and we'll worry about this later. We really just want to get the markup kind of all set up here. Okay, so next, after the drop down, which is probably going to look pretty terrible, we're going to have the main section of the website, starting with that H1 tag. Now, I like to use section tags to divide the different parts of the site. So I would say that maybe this top part, the H1 tag plus the search, is going to be the hero section. So we're going to say section hero. Hero meaning just like the very top part of the website, which sort of has the copy kind of explaining what the website's about and any call to actions that they're trying to get you to do. So first we'll have the H1 tag. Let's copy the stuff there. Then we have our search bar. Now, because we have the text box and the button, we might need to put that in like a grid or flex parent. I'm trying to see if it's aligning with the grid here. Not really. I'm going to say it's not aligning with the grid. So this will just kind of be their own thing, the text box and the button by themselves. So hero search. And I guess I'll just give the H1 tag a class as well. Hero title. So the search is going to be input text. And then input, I guess we can use button now. Button, submit. And then again, we will figure these things out later. We should probably maybe give these a class as well so we can target these styles. Oops. Class. Hero. Button. Usually I use the button helper class. There's only one button here. So we'll just do hero button. Okay, so next up is the sort of bento box type stuff. So if we look at the site, there's kind of three sections. So the first section is the city with these 4 panels underneath, and that's kind of like their current location, current temperature. Then we got the forecast below that, and then we got the hourly forecast, or sorry, daily forecast and then hourly. So there's these 3 sections, and on desktop, the hourly forecast becomes its own column. So we're going to make our first section. I'll call this current. And in here, we're going to have the main div. So current location. And we are going to sort of load these dynamically, but I'm going to add placeholder copy for now so we can get the styles down. So I think we also might need a H2 tag that's visually hidden. And again, this is just going to be for screen readers. Visually hidden. So they know what this section is. So this section is going to be the current location, weather. I guess temperature. And again, this is not going to be visually visible on the website, but it's going to exist in the markup for screen readers. Okay, so we got our hidden H2 tag. Then we got current location. Now for the city, what tag do we want to use for that? I don't think it should be an H tag. It's not really the title. So we're going to make a div. So current city. And we'll say Berlin, Germany. Okay, then we have a date. Current date. Tuesday, August 5th, 2025. Then we have the temperature. So current temp 20, and then I can't remember how to do the degrees. Degrees symbol. Maybe HTML symbol. At degree. Okay. And just kind of thinking ahead, I guess we can just add the degree symbol in our JavaScript. But another thing we could do is wrap the number in a span and then add the degree after that. And this is because we want to target the span to insert the actual number temperature, and then this will add on the degree. So I'm not sure exactly what we're going to end up doing, but I'll just leave the spans in for now. Okay, I might use Flexbox to make the city name and the date on the left side and the temperature number on the right side. So I'm going to have to add another div. Current. What should be a good name for this? I'm going to make this current location and rename the overall section to current weather. And we'll move the city and date inside here. This way we can have the current location on the left side and then the current temp on the right side. And then use justify content space between so that they'll be on the outer edges. And then we can stack it on mobile. I wonder if the sun is part of the background or not. Let's see. It is not. So I think the sun is maybe part of the weather. So, oh yeah. Fog. Okay, so we're going to have to figure out how we want to load those because that's also going to be dynamic. So actually, let me think about how to do this layout-wise. I try to kind of think ahead, but I also don't want to get too in the weeds when we're just kind of adding the markup. I think Flexbox is still okay. We just want to make sure these are in the same like column all the time. So let's add the current. We're using current weather already, so maybe current conditions, and then this will be image loading. You know, one of the weather things. We'll do sunny. And I don't know if they're going to be the same size. 320 by 320. Okay, they're probably the same. Height 320. We'll leave the alt text blank because this is going to be dynamic. Okay, so I think that's good for that. So that was current weather. Now we need current, I don't know what to call this, current, I'll call this current conditions. And we'll rename current conditions to icon. Okay. So current conditions is the feels like, humidity, wind, and precipitation. So these are just different sort of panels. So current, we're going to do current conditions plural for the container containing the 4 panels. And we'll do current conditions singular there. And again, what do we want these to be? Maybe just paragraph tags. Yeah, current. Condition dash title. So feels like, and we're going to reuse that class for the other ones too. And then current condition value, I guess. So again, we'll do 18 degrees. I think that's okay. So we'll just duplicate these. And this will be 46%. 14 kilometer per hour. Wait. Oh, I shouldn't do this. Each of these individually need to be like that. So feels like 18 degrees. Humidity 46%. Wind 14 kilometer per hour. Precipitation, I think that's right. Okay. I think that's okay. So again, trying to think ahead to where we're going to dynamically populate this data. Usually you're going to use an ID when you're using JavaScript or whatever to change something. So let's add IDs to these. And this is going to be feels like, humidity, wind, and precipitation. Okay, so then we can target these IDs in our code. Okay, so that is the current conditions inside the current section. So that's the end of that section. So next up is the daily forecast, which will make a section. We'll say, I'm just going to call this daily. Try to keep our class names as short as possible. And here we got daily day. That feels a bit silly. Daily. We'll say daily forecast. Daily forecast, and then inside each forecast is oh wait, I didn't make these paragraph tags. Just for the titles, I think. And then I guess we will have to add spans in there for those. I guess these should all be paragraph tags, honestly. Okay, so back in daily forecast, I will add the h2 tag, which will be visible. Daily title. Wait, I think these are the same styles as hourly forecast. So I might add another class that I can reuse for the hourly forecast section title. And then daily title for any daily specific styles that we'll need. Okay, so here, daily forecast is going to be the, grid or flex parent, probably grid. And then it'll contain the individual days. So daily day. I know that sounds silly. P day title. And then the conditions icon again. I might just use the same ones for all of them. I don't think it matters too much. Is that the right one? Yeah. .320 by 320 again. And then I guess we'll have to add the alt text dynamically depending on what the image is. So we'll have to remember to do that. Okay, so the image, and then we got the temps, and they're next to each other, so they are probably I'm just gonna stick them in a flex container. So day temps. And the first one's gonna be, I think they are styled differently, so paragraph high, day high. 20 degrees, and then we have the low 14. Okay. And I guess maybe I should do the daily double underscore thing just to keep all the classes consistent. Okay. So I think that should be good for the day, which is here, daily day. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I'm just gonna keep all the markup the same because we're gonna change it dynamically. Okay. So that's the daily forecast section. So next up is the hourly forecast. And H2, actually let's just copy what we got up there. Change this to hourly. Hourly. Okay, and then kind of in the same way, oh yeah, we have that drop down. So I want to put those in a div. Hourly top. Maybe I'll say hourly header. I guess I could use a header tag too. We'll just say div. And then again, we have a select. Option. I don't know what the value should be. We may need to change this depending on what how the API handles day of the week. Tuesday. We'll just leave this blank for now. Okay, so that's the header section of the hourly forecast, and then we have the actual forecast. So let's say hourly hour. And then the hourly hour contains the icon, the weather icon. Let's go to the mobile version. It's a bit narrower. It contains the weather icon, the hour, and then the temp. So hold on. Now this div should be hours plural because it's going to contain all these specific hours. So hourly hour. I feel like I'm making tongue twisters here. Hourly hour icon. I guess this could be an image. I feel like actually these icons should be smaller. The width and height is really just for so the browser knows how tall it's supposed to be. .40 by 40. Okay, so we'll just do 40 by 40. And then we do want alt text there because it contains important information of what the conditions are. Hourly hour time. And then hourly hour temp. 20 ampersand DEG. Okay. So then let's do this. So how many hours? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. Is that what we have? Yeah, it looks like it's the same. 8 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And again, I'm just going to leave all the markup the same because we will dynamically be changing this. Okay, so that's the markup. Now let's check out the site. Okay, so we got stuff loading, which is good. We don't have any broken images, which is good. What is this? Oh, it's the image. I forgot to add the actual image source. Assets, images, we'll just do fog. There we go. With height of 40. Yeah, so here you can see that. And let's do sunny. Okay. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. So that's the markup. Obviously things don't look, super styled yet because we don't have any CSS styles, but that's going to be the next thing that we work on. Okay, so before we start writing styles, I want to organize what we have so far in our CSS styles. So we've started writing a bunch of styles, and this file is just going to get longer and taller the more we get into building this website. So one way that I've started trying to organize my styles is by using CSS layers and kind of separating my styles out into different layers. And we're going to create one layer for our global styles that we've just created. And let's go to the end for the closing bracket. So all these styles that we've created so far are going to go in this global layer. And there's two benefits for this. One is I can fold this layer up and hide all the styles if I'm not working with them. And we're going to be adding more styles for the components later on, as we keep building out this website. So it's nice that we can fold it up. The other reason is the actual reason that you want to use CSS layers is to control the specificity. So in the traditional cascade of styles, if you have two styles that target the same element, the one that comes later or farther down in the file is going to override the one that came earlier, as long as they're equal specificity. With layers, it's kind of like that, but on a much broader scale. With layers, kind of the same way that regular cascade works, a later layer is going to be able to override styles from the previous layer. And there's an additional factor to that. Even if the specificity of the later layer style is less than the specificity of the previous one, it's still going to override the previous layer's style. So that's one really big difference when you're using layers. The specificity of the individual selector doesn't matter as much as the layer that it's in. So now we have our styles kind of able to be folded up, which just makes it easier for myself as I'm building. All right, so let's start writing the styles. And I'm going to start with the main background color of the whole site, which you want to be the really dark, almost black color. So we did set this already, color main BG, it's C neutral 900. And then the text color, let's set the default text color to white, because I think that's the one that's used most often, which we did with color text light. So I'm going to set both of these on the body tag, and setting it on the body means that all the rest of the website, which are going to be child elements of the body tag, are going to inherit the background color and or the text color. And then the background color will just be on the entire website. So main BG, and let's go load our site. There we go. And then we also need the text color, and that's going to be text light. All right, so looking pretty good. Now, another thing that we need to do that I kind of like doing before building the rest of the site is the wrapper styles. And by wrapper styles, what I mean is we have all the content on the site, and it's kind of contained where the main content has some space on either side. So if we look at the mobile design first, you can see that here is the main content here, and there's a little bit of space on either side. And let's see how much space that is. Might be hard to see, but it's 16 pixels of space on the left and the right. And usually this will get bigger with tablet, which looks like is the case here. So with tablet, instead of 16, we have 24 pixels of space. Then on desktop, it's a little bit different, where instead of just adding those pixels of space on the sides, the entire website is kind of in the center, and then any extra space as you get larger and larger screens is going to go on the left and the right. And this is one area that I like using grid for. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a grid template on the entire site, and then we're going to have 3 columns. The first column is going to be the space on the left. Second column is going to be where all the main content goes, and the third column, the last column, will be the space on the right. So we can use that for mobile, tablet, and desktop. And then on desktop, we are going to basically limit the width of that center column based on the design, and it looks like it is 1216 pixels, so we will use that. And then again, going back to tablet, was 24 pixels of space on the sides. On mobile, it was 16, so we're going to have to remember those numbers. Here's our site, and we're going to, I think maybe the wrapper styles, I'm going to attach it to a helper class so that I can add this wrapper class on all the different sections of the site. So I'm going to add this in our global section, and we'll say wrapper class. So like I said, we're going to use grid, and then grid template columns, and the first and last column are going to be 1 FR. And that might sound kind of weird, but basically what we're doing is we're sizing everything, including the space, with just the middle column. So let's start with the mobile design. So on mobile, it was 16 pixels of space on either side, and then everything else gets in the center. And another way of saying this is that we want the middle column to be 100% of the width of the viewport minus 16 plus 16, which is 32. So we have to use calc for this, but 100% minus 16 times 2 is 32 pixels. So I'm just going to add the wrapper class so we can kind of start seeing the difference that it's making. Maybe I'll just add it to the header. I think it might work if we just add it to the actual header tag. Okay, so things look a little weird. Maybe I'll add it also to the hero, just so you can kind of see how things are working. Okay, so right now we have put everything into this grid, and I'm going to make this a little smaller so you can see better. What I do want to do is we have this wrapper here, and right now it's kind of assigning the first child, which is the logo, you can probably barely see it, but it's right up here, to the first column, which is supposed to be the space. Then the middle column gets here, and then there's space on the right. So what we're going to do is have all the direct children of this wrapper be assigned to the middle column. So we can do this with the direct child selector, and then wildcard for any element, and we'll say grid column. We'll just say grid column, the shorthand, and we're going to start at line 2. So now all the logo and the drop down as well as the hero content are assigned to the middle column, and we should be able to see this if we turn on our grid inspector. We have the middle column here. It's kind of hard to see because the overlay is the same color as the background, but we have the space on the left, everything's in the middle, and then we have space on the right. So that's the basics of how this grid works, and we do need to adjust it for tablet and desktop. So what we can do is add a media query for tablet, so media with greater than or equal to, and we're going to convert to rems, and I think I said 600, no, I think I said 700 divided by 16 times 1 rem, and this will be our tablet breakpoint. And here we're going to change the space because on tablet I think there was 24 pixels of space, so 24 on either side. If you add that together, that's 48 pixels of total space. So now if we turn on responsive design mode and go to iPad, kind of zoom out a bit so we can see better. Now there is more space. So it's probably too small for you to see, but there's 24 pixels of space here. If we go down to mobile, you can see that right here it kind of changes. So here's mobile. It's not a huge change, but it is changing from 16 to 24. So let's turn off the grid. And now we need to calculate our desktop styles. And that's going to be a little bit different because on desktop, I'm going to change to a 1200 pixel laptop. We should probably do a little more actually. 1440. You know, the content in the middle is getting really wide. Like this is probably almost 1400 pixels. So for desktop, I'm going to duplicate this media query, and we'll start desktop at 1000. And in here, grid template columns, instead of the middle being 100% minus 48 pixels, we're actually going to set a static 1200, or I think it was 1216 pixels wide for the container. So let's just make this bigger so you can see better. Now we have the container is limited to this 1216 pixel wide. So even if we have a really large wide monitor, it's going to be limited to 1216. And then as we go down here, and there is a little problem here where between 1,000 and where the thing goes, it gets to the edge. So I think we can fix this by combining, I guess we could do it by manually changing our desktop breakpoint to be the perfect point here. But I think we can use a min function so that it can choose either the 100% minus 48 or the 1216. So this might be a better solution. So with min, it's going to choose whichever one is less. So we should be able to do this. So now it's going to be either 100% minus 48 pixels, meaning 24 pixels on either side, or 1216 pixels like static. So let's see. So I'm just trying to make sure we get rid of that space. Yeah, so now you can see here's mobile with the 16 pixels on either side. Now after 700 we are going to 24 pixels on either side. And then it just stays there until we hit the moment where the middle column is 1216. Okay, so now we can start kind of building each component of the website, starting from the top with the header. And actually before that, we should probably do our jump link or skip link, where we could skip to main content. And that was the visually hidden link that we added, where you can go to the main tag. So we do need to add styles for this, and let me show you how we do that. So this is another helper class, kind of like the wrapper class that we're going to be able to reuse throughout the site. I'm going to add a visually hidden class, and we need to basically hide it. And there's different ways you can do it, but I'm going to show you a website that I always use for this. We're going to search for developer accessibility guide. So it's this website, accessibility developer guide, and they have some examples that I always come back here to for hiding elements visually. So we're basically moving them off screen. You can see the styles here we can just reuse. So we're setting the element to position absolute, and then we're setting the left to negative 10,000 pixels to move it off screen. And then top of auto, and then we're setting the width and height to 1 pixel, and this is because if you set it to 0, it's not going to exist in the DOM anymore, so it's not going to be visible or navigable by screen readers. So you do want to set it to at least 1 pixel, but very small. And then overflow is hidden, so nothing inside it can, extend out. So let's copy these. Go back to our styles. So now the skip link is hidden. However, we also want to, if you have a keyboard user and we are using tab to navigate, we want to be able to sort of see the link visually if it gets focused with tabbing. So I'm going to add another class here. We'll say skip link. So skip link. And maybe I'll nest it inside visually hidden. If it has focus, so we'll use a pseudo class focus, then we want to say position relative. We want to say left of 0, and then width we'll set to auto, and the same for height. So this basically just makes it visible. So now, if I go to the site, let's see if we can go to the skip link. It's not showing up. Let's figure out what's going on here. So here's the skip link, and I'm going to force focus. and it is not visible. Let's figure out why. Skip link. Did I save? Visually hidden. Oh, it's on the same element, so there we go. This should work now. Okay, so now you can see when it has focus, it'll display there. And I think I actually don't want to make it position relative because that's going to cause a layout shift. But we do want it to be readable, so let's add a background color. We'll say the main background, but we do want to set the color to text light. So let's try that again. There we go. Skip to main content. Maybe I'll add a little padding. Let's say 10 pixels, just kind of to add some space around it. Okay, there we go. Let's add a border too. Border 2 pixels, solid, text light. Oops. We need the var function there. Okay. So now focus. Okay, I think that's better for sure. I'm manually tabbing. There we go. So tab. So when you first tab, it's going to tab there first, and then you can skip to main content. So that's kind of what that does. All right. Now, let's see what we want to do next. We got the skip link. Next up, we're going to do the wrapper in the, the header. And I do want to maybe add a class of header to the header tag. And man, I didn't add any classes here, so header, we'll say home link, and we'll add a class to the image, header logo, and then header dropdown. And we will have to figure out how to style these, but I think I'm going to leave this off for kind of later because styling the menu and stuff is going to be a little bit more complicated. So I'm just going to kind of focus on the sort of basic styles with the initial display of everything. Okay, so we got header home link, header logo, and header dropdown. And I need to add the selectors in my styles for that. So let's split down so we can see the selectors, and we're going to start adding component styles. So the first one's going to be header. So all the header styles I'm going to nest inside this header class selector, and this is to prevent conflicts with your styles. So all the styles here will only take effect inside an element that has a class of header, which is only going to exist in this header tag. So header, I'm going to copy that since we know we need to do that multiple times. Home link, header logo, header dropdown. Okay. That looks good. So let's size things, and we're going to start with this logo. So what size is the logo? This one mobile, it is 130, I guess 138. Let's see if it changes. It looks like it does get bigger on tablet. 196, 197. So it gets bigger. 196. So it's 197 on desktop and tablet, and it's 138 on mobile. So let's style that, and that is the header logo image here. So header logo, width, calc, 137, I believe it was. And then for tablet, I think we're using 700. You do want to make sure you are using the same media query breakpoints as much as possible. 700, 700. Okay, we'll do 700. Divided by 16 times 1 rem. And here's where we'll change to, I think it was 197. So now, let's just double check that. Yeah, so it gets bigger when we go to a tablet there. Okay, so we got that sized. And then I guess we also need to size this, even though we're gonna like worry about that later, but I wonder if I can just say the width is gonna be 90. Okay, I guess that did work. Then we want them to be on the same row. So if we look at our index.html, they are, here's the link and here's the dropdown, and they're inside the header. So the header wrapper is what's going to be the grid parent. Now we don't want to do that because the wrapper already is a grid parent with those 3 columns. So we actually want to move the wrapper class to a child because we don't want to mess up those grid styles that we did for the wrapper. So I'm going to add a section specific class, header __ wrapper. And we'll add that here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. And this is what's going to be the, I think I said I wanted to do flex for this because we're just kind of fitting these things here. So let's do that. Display flex. So display flex will just make everything in there. And you might notice the dropdown got really tall. That's because align items, the default value is stretch, which makes things go all the way to the top and bottom. If you change it to anything else, like center, then it'll go back to the kind of intrinsic height of the element. Then we want them to be on either side. So we can do that with justify content, space between. Looks pretty good. And we, wait a minute, why is there no space? Did I mess something up? Oh no, sorry. I think we do want the wrapper here and then like that. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. So let's check out the space of these as well. So we need to figure out how to space things vertically. So there's 16 pixels of space above the header, but then below it to the title is 48 pixels. So let's see how we have this in our markup. That's the main tag. That's where the title starts. So maybe I will start by just setting 16 pixels of padding inside the header. Yeah, so padding block start instead of padding top. Okay, then we'll worry about the other stuff. So I think we're okay on the header. So now we need to do the hero section. So I think we said it was 48 pixels. So what I'm probably going to do is for the hero, I'll add 48 pixels of space on top and bottom because it seems to be more consistent there. And this is the H1 tag. Did I add our styles there yet? I I only set the font family, so we do need to style our H1 tag with font size H1. And that doesn't change. Let's just double check. 52. Yeah, it looks the same. Okay, it's all the same. So the H1 tag is in the hero section, so we'll just set it on hero title. Oh, and that's in a different section. So we're going to create another nested thing here. And again, I need to add the selectors for all the elements that we created. So here's hero. So hero title, hero search, text box, button. Okay. So hero title, font size, and we can load font size H1. Cool. Now, where do we need to add that space? Hero wrapper. Usually I like adding space like that as padding inside the section. We have 48 pixels before the search bar. So I would add that space, the bottom space, below the title with margin, because it's between sibling elements. So hero wrapper, I don't know if this would mess things up. Maybe instead of header wrapper, let's say header content, just to not make things confusing. There we go. So we'll say hero content, and then we can add padding block start of 48 pixels. And then hero title, margin block end, 48 pixels. There we go. Hero, oh, I didn't do this yet. So hero content. And then we'll move the H1 tag and the search inside there. There we go. Next, we need to center this, the text. So it's centered on mobile and tablet and also desktop. And then it's just the width is changed. So on mobile, I think just text align should take care of this. Okay. And it looks like maybe there's a bit of space too. Or maybe on iPhone. There we go. So that looks pretty good. Realizing also I need to check the line height. Let's see. 52, 120 line height, I think. 120%. So you could say 120%, or you could say 1.2. For some reason, I just like using the 1.2. So that means that the height of the line is going to be 120% of the font size, so just a little bit more than the font size itself. Okay, that looks good. Let's try tablet. So on tablet, you know, it's limited to how's the sky and then looking today. So maybe we can limit that with the CH unit. 700. So max width. Let's just start with 20 CH. So it'll be a little less. Okay, that looks good. Now, we also need to center the block. So I wonder if it might be better to use flex or grid to center it. Yeah, because it is going to be centered on desktop. So if I make hero content a, doesn't really matter, grid parent, grid or flex. If I make hero content a grid parent, then I can justify items center like that. And then for mobile, we're making things full width. I guess I could start styling the text box. So to make these full width, hero search, we're gonna say display grid. I would maybe use display flex for this because I just want them to be, or maybe grid. I don't know. You can use both for, I feel like, in a lot of cases. So display grid by default is going to make them in rows. And I think they're just stretched out like that. So justify items. Let me think about this. I feel like form elements are a little bit weird. Oh yeah, also I forgot, when you're styling form elements, that's another reset that you might want to do. So form elements would be like input button. I don't think we have any text areas, but you know, something like that. And you want them to have all their font styles set to inherit, because for whatever reason, browsers make all the form elements have a specific different font size. So even if you have set the font size on the body tag, the form elements are not going to inherit that because they have a font, all kinds of font styles set on the element itself. So you need to force it to inherit from the body, like we have here. Okay. So back to hero search. There's a little bit of space between these. Oops. 12 pixels of space. Just curious what the gap is here. 16. 12. So maybe gap will be row gap and then 16 pixels column gap. I might have done that backwards. Row gap is between rows, is 12 pixels. No, that is right. Column gap is 16. Okay, and does the grid go all the way across? No. So the content is a grid. This doesn't go all the way across. What if I set width to 100%? Like that. Okay. Okay, so hero text box. So I'm going to reset some of these, remove some of the default browser styles. So there's no border. And then we want to set the background color to, I think panel BG dark was the default. Neutral 800, is that what this is? Yep, neutral 800. And the font size in here was 20. Font size search. I did set that already. And then I think we probably need to add some padding on top of that. 16 pixels of padding on top and bottom. And then color. Text light, I think. Maybe neutral 200. Text medium light. And it'll start 60 pixels from the left, so we'll just use the padding. So 16 pixels on top. I don't know how much you want on the right, maybe just 20 pixels. 16 on the bottom, and then 60 on the left. Whoa, why is it overflowing? It's pretty clear that this is overflowing. Yeah. I wonder if it's a box sizing thingy. I'm gonna guess it is. Or not. Why is it overflowing like this? It wasn't before, which is kind of confusing. Okay, so the padding did add some stuff. Maybe the width is something weird. Okay. Yeah, I think the width, if you don't set it, it will be some kind of arbitrary width based on your browser. So I'm trying to decide if I want to set it on the form elements. So maybe max width 100%. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, well, I guess because if the width is set, then max width is not going to... I don't know why that didn't work. Anyway, we'll just set width of 100%. There we go. And then if you want to restyle the outline, you can. So focus 2 pixels solid, text light. So then it looks a little bit more styled. There. Okay, so that's good for the text box. Now, the button. Oh, there's also a border radius. Where's the border radius? 12 pixels and 12 pixels. And then the button is blue. I think it was 500. He'll add border none to all the form elements as well. If I could add it to all the border radius to all the form elements too. That's different. And we'll just do it individually here. And search text is white and 20. Okay, I didn't do font for that. We'll do, I think, this font size search. And then some padding. 16. Okay, that looks pretty good. Also add our hover state. And we'll add a transition on the background color. Maybe a little faster. Let's try 120. Okay. I feel like this should also be when you hover cursor pointer. So it's a hand. Okay. So not too bad. The other thing we need to add to the text box is this magnifying glass icon. I don't think it has any functionality. I think it's just to indicate it's a search bar. Yeah, I don't think they're going to have any functionality attached to it. So, you know, we want it to be here. And I'm trying to figure out where the best place to put this would be. So I think the options would be either making it a background image of the text box or making it the pseudo element, the before element of the text box. And I'm not sure if you can have pseudo elements for the text box. So let's maybe try the background, set as a background image of the text box. Let's see if this is possible to do. Background image, URL, assets, images, icon search probably. And then I think I need quotes around it too. Okay, so it is there. Background repeat, no repeat. And then background position. Let's just say 10 pixels center. I think that should work. Okay. Let's see how far it actually is. 24 pixels. And looks like it's 20, it should be 20 pixels size. Oh, looks about right. 24 pixels from the left. There we go. Cool. That looks pretty good. So yeah, it doesn't do anything. It's just gonna like be there as decoration. Okay. Let's see. What else do we have to do? I think that might be good for the hero section, actually. Yeah. I guess search for a place. What was it? Search for a place. Placeholder text, which I believe we can do with placeholder. So when it's blank, it'll say search for a place. Cool. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so next up is the like the different panels. So let's go back to the full screen design here so we can see everything. So the first one is current, and the current was the blue square and then the 4 things under it. So on mobile, we're going to have first row, blue square, and then the 4 things under it will be in 2 rows as well. So, obviously this is very unstyled. So let's go to, so it's this section current. We have the visually hidden H2 tag, and then current weather is going to be that blue box. So I think we can maybe, I guess we could use background image again. Let's check this out again. BG today. So this is the larger version for tablet and desktop. And then this is the smaller one. So we could either set it as a background image in the styles like we did with the magnifying glass thing, or we could make it a grid thing where we overlap stuff. And I guess it doesn't matter too much. We do want to change the image between mobile and then tablet, but I think we can do that in the styles. So I think because this is a literal background image, I think it's best to do it in as a background image as opposed to making it an image or a picture tag, because it's just decoration. It's not, you know, there's no like information that we would need to tell the screen readers. So let's do, oh yeah, so we're going to be in a new section now. So this is going to be the current section. So once again, let's split down, fold that up, and we'll create a new selector here for current. Okay, so we got current weather. Maybe we'll just do this. Current weather, location, city, date, icon, and temp. And conditions, condition title, condition value. There's a lot of stuff here. I think that should be it for that. Okay. So a lot of stuff going on here. So we got the current weather, and then I guess I could have just done this copy and paste. Location, city, date, icon, temp, conditions plural, condition singular. This one's long. Condition title, condition value, or I guess I'll have to copy the whole thing again. Did I make too many? Might have made too many. Let's just double check. Okay, so current section, and then weather, location, city, date, icon, temp, conditions, oh, I didn't do condition singular. And then condition title, value. Okay. So let's figure out what we need to do first. So you got your sort of basic styles, meaning like all the background stuff, colors, sizings, and then you have the layout styles. And maybe let's just start with this first one here. Actually, let me check the markup because, you know, we are going to use grid for this, so I want to make sure we have the correct markup. So the current section includes the current weather, which is the blue panel, and then it has the conditions. So these two sections, we can make them, you know, grid children of the current section. Might need to create a new div just to contain those, maybe, because we actually need to add the wrapper class, I think, to the section tag. So we don't want to mess up our wrapper styles. So I am going to have to create another div, current. We'll just say content. And then we're going to put both the current weather and those 4 current conditions things in there. So then the current content will be a grid parent containing current weather and current conditions. And it's going to be 2 rows on mobile. And then current conditions will also be another nested grid, and it's going to be 2 columns on mobile and then 4 columns. So actually I don't know if we need to use grid for the current content, because we can just use the regular like margins, like the flow layout, to make these 2 rows. So maybe just for the sake of not having a lot of extra markup, we'll remove that. We can always add it back in if we need. And then current conditions will be a grid parent. So in that case, let's start with the current weather. So current weather is what we want to have that background image. And when you're using a background image, I think it's also a good idea to have a fallback background color. So we'll add that too. Background today small. Background color. What color should we use? I think maybe blue. Let's do the darker one just to have more contrast. Okay, let's just see what we got. Cool. And it's a little weird that the SVG image itself has the rounded corners, because usually, I don't know, usually I would just make that with CSS, but it's fine. We do just want to make sure we're not repeating. So background repeat, no repeat. So I guess I'll have to add the border radius to this anyway, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Everything's just kind of weird because it's like the icon's way too big, so it's making the block way too big. Okay, well, we'll just do that for now. Contain. Let's just size things and then we'll figure out if we need to change the background image settings. So, this is going to be the current location. Wait, current location is the div containing current city and current date. Is that even necessary? Oh yeah, it was, because we're stacking it on mobile, but then it becomes 2 columns on tablet. Okay, so current city is the name. And font size, we did this font size. We do need to set the weight, the font weight. Bold. And then it says line height is 120%. So 1.2. Cool. And this does need to be centered, so maybe I will center current. I'll make current weather a grid parent. And then center them. I feel like they also want to be centered vertically, so we'll say place items center. And the sizing again is kind of weird. So we also want a text align center, and that would be, I guess, current location. So that both the city and the date. Okay, not looking too terrible here. Okay, let's style the date. Font size, date. Color was the text medium light, not pure white. Line height is 120% too. Maybe I will globally set a line height of 1.2 on the body. Because usually you do kind of want like a global line height, and then we can change it, you know, when need be. Okay, where were we? The date. So we got the line height, we got the color. Let's double check the weight. Medium. That's the default. We already set that on the body, so we're good there. Okay. Cool. Next up is the icon, and this is very large, so let's figure out. 120 by 120. Yeah. Okay, yeah, 320. So that's the icon here. Why did I put this in its own div? I think I can just set the current icon class on the image tag. And actually, I think the icon and its current temp need to be in a div together so that they can be next to each other. So let's move this into the image, and we're going to rename this to current. What was the top one? Current location, current conditions. I feel like I've used them all everywhere already. Current, oh my gosh, temp, current weather. I feel like I used that already. Did I? Let's see. I did. Current weather. I need to rename this to, I don't know, information, info. Naming things really is very hard. Okay, so current info, and then we're going to move them into the same div. So after current date, current info. Okay. So now we can size current icon. So current icon, which is the image tag, width is going to be, I think it was 120. And actually, I don't know if I want this to be rems, because I don't really want the image to scale up, because I want to give the actual number the real estate. So I'm just going to set this in pixels. And the height needs to be auto, I think, to match the aspect ratio. Okay, so now you can see it's not getting too like large. So let's now, I guess, size the temperature text. Font size. I can't remember what we made this. This is the largest font size. Font size temp 96. And let's get the correct weight and stuff. This is, oh yeah, italic. 96. Letter spacing is -2%. So let's just set line height of 100% or 1. Letter spacing -2%. You can also use EMs. It could be 0.02, -0.02 EMs. But it's kind of the same thing. And we want it italic, so font style, italic. Hopefully that will work. All right. Oh, semi-bold, font weight. Semi-bold is 600. Seems to be, looks pretty good. Okay, now we want to make these on the same row. So that was current info. And well, let's do display flex. And we want to center line item center, and then is there space between them? Not, I guess 20 pixels of space. We'll say gap of 20 pixels. Okay. So now we need to add space on top and bottom, like inside this block. 40, we'll just say 40 on top and bottom, and then 24 on left and right. Maybe just top and bottom. So padding block 40. And we want to, I think I needed to add that not here. I want to add to the entire blue block, which is, I think, current weather. There we go. Now, there's kind of an issue with this background image. How big is this block supposed to be on mobile? 343 by 286. How big is it here? 343 by 255. So it is shorter. I guess we didn't add space between the elements yet. Okay, let's do that. I don't know. It just makes me nervous when we have this SVG that already has the corner, so it's like it needs to be sized perfectly. So I'm not sure if this is going to look good, like as it gets wider between mobile and tablet, but I guess we'll find out. 12 pixels of space. So we'll just do that with margin block. Okay, and then how much space between these? 16. Where do I want to add that? Probably a margin block and after current location. I mean, I guess we could technically add it as a gap in current weather, because this grid just has the 2 rows. Okay, we'll do it with gap since we already have a grid going. How much was that? 16. Okay. Let's uncheck the thing there. Now, yeah, this just kind of looks a little bit off. It's actually pretty close. It's just like a little wider here. So if I add it, if I make the background size cover, it'll stretch to fit, which I think maybe will be better when we change the viewport width like that. But I also want to figure out where to anchor it, because by default it's going to anchor in the center, so we're going to lose stuff on the bottom, which seems like, you know, you might want to keep that. So if we anchor it to the center bottom, then, you know, I think that looks a bit better. So let's see, border radius. Pixels. Oops. Border radius 20 pixels. There we go. Cool. I think I'm just going to do overflow clip just in case. So we want to make sure the border radius passes through to child elements. That actually looks pretty good to me. So we want to add space between these two. So there is 32 pixels of space. And where do we want to add that space? So between these two sections. Let's see what the other space is between the sections. 32 between that and the daily forecast. 32. So because the space is the same, what some people like to do is use, basically make the main tag a grid parent and add space between the children with gap. So that would be hero wrapper, current wrapper, daily, hourly. That might actually be a good solution. So, main. So we're going to add a class. What should we call this? I can't think of anything. I'm just going to say main. And we'll add this. Should it be a component or should it be global? I don't think it matters a ton. Maybe I'll do main just because, you know, it does kind of encompass the whole thing. So display grid gap 32. So now there's going to be automatically space between all the sections just with that one style rule. So I like that. I think that's a bit efficient. All right, we're looking actually pretty good here. So while we're here, I'm going to want to change the layout to 2 columns on tablet. So let's kind of hit that point in our website. Just kind of also see how things go. So it's going to hit at 700, like here. So we're going to change this background image on width of greater than or equal to calc 700 divided by 16 times 1 rem. And this is going to be large. So now you can see that changed. And we need to change the layout as well. And that layout is in the block. We want the text to be on the left and the temperature and the icon to be on the right. And those are, here's the text and here's the info. So the current weather is going to be the here. Really? Oh, I guess, yeah, okay. So current weather. So we want to make this 2 columns on tablet. So I guess we'll just do grid template columns, repeat to 1FR. Works pretty well. And I think our spacing's a little off here. How much space is there? 24. Okay. I think we do want to add a little bit of padding. So 40 pixels on top and bottom, 24 on the sides. Let's make sure this doesn't mess up mobile. I think that looks okay. Okay. So not too bad, actually. It needs to be taller. I think we need to base the padding on the tallest elements, so 83 pixels. So we're going to say padding block 83 pixels. There we go. That looks pretty decent, I think. Okay, we do need to... Looks like they are on the outer edges, which makes me want to make this a flex parent instead of grid, so that I can do justify items, justify content space between. So let's do that. Place items I think is only for grid, but actually let's just see if that's the case. Let's go back to mobile. All right. So on mobile, we want to say flex direction column. It looks pretty good. I can't tell if it's centered, honestly, because I think we already added padding. So if I uncheck place items, it doesn't mess up anything. So let's just delete that. And on mobile, is it... It's not centered. Or, sorry, it is centered. So I think that looks good for mobile. Okay, I think that's close enough. It's, yeah, it's like everything's already sized, so now we want to change flex direction to row and justify content space between. There we go. Okay, I think that actually looks pretty good. All right, and then I think it's the same on desktop. Yeah, so it's the same on desktop, which is actually kind of nice. Cool, so I think that's good for the current weather blue box. All right, so next up is the 4 panels under the blue box. So on mobile, we have 2 columns. Then on tablet, it goes to 4 columns, and then it's the same on desktop. So what we want to do is first figure out, which elements we're going to be adding styles to. So this section under the blue box is the current conditions div. So we were just working up here in current weather. So now we're in current conditions. Each individual gray box is this div current condition. Then the title, like feels like, is current condition title. And then the number is current condition value. That's the class we want to target. Okay, so let's go to our styles. So current condition is going to be the box. So let's look here. So this is going to be the grid parent probably. And I guess we can start doing that. So here we have our website. There's really nothing here right now. Current conditions will make this display grid. And on mobile, it's 2 columns. So we'll say grid template columns, repeat to 1 FR. So now you can see, feels like is up here. And then this is the next box. And then the third and the fourth box. So now let's add some styles to each individual box, current condition. And we want to make sure we have the right colors and stuff. So let's go back to our colors and see what custom properties we want to use. And it's actually a quick VS Code shortcut that I can use to navigate, that you can use to navigate. If you press Control P, so Control Shift P is the command palette, but Control P opens, I'm not sure what this is called, I guess command palette. But if you type in the @ symbol, you can actually navigate to symbols, meaning each item in your CSS file. So I want to go to the root, so I'm going to type in :root, and then we can go there. So it's kind of a quick way you can use your keyboard to navigate through a file that might be kind of long, and you don't want to just scroll the whole time. Okay, so here's our colors, and I think I called this panel. Let's just double check and make sure we have the right color. And it is, the fill color is neutral 800, and then it has a border of neutral 600. So neutral 800 was color panel BG dark. And then the border, color panel border was here, 600. So color panel BG dark. I'm just going to copy this in case I forget. So let's start doing that. So again, I'm going to go Control P we're going to search for conditions here, current condition. So background color, oops. Color panel BG dark. And then the border is the 600 and it is 1 pixel weight. So we'll do border 1 pixel solid, var panel border. And then while we're here, let's do the border radius, which is 12. Border radius, 12 pixels. Okay. I'll just do the padding. So inside the card, the panel, there's basically 20 pixels of padding. So we'll just do 20 all around. Okay. So here's the design. Let's check out our site now. So actually, we're getting there. We want to add maybe some space between the blue card. Oops, whoa, that's not what I wanted. 20 pixels. So current conditions is the grid containing the 4 panels. I might just add it as a margin block end to the blue card, which is current weather, I believe. So we'll do margin block end 20 pixels, and then how much space is there between each panel? 16. So we'll go back down to current condition, conditions plural. We'll add a gap, so gap of 16 pixels. So we're getting there. Okay, so the layout looks pretty good. Let's do the text styles. So this was text preset 6, which was 18. Let's go back up to our root. So Control P at root. Our font styles, font size panel title, and then panel value. So that looks pretty good. So again, I'm going to go Control P at current condition title, font size. There we go. And then might as well here, font size, panel value. Okay. And let's make sure we have the correct color. This is neutral 200, so that was not the pure white, but the medium light. The number is pure white. Let's also check the font weights. Medium, so that's normal, like the default body font weight. And this was light. For the number, so font weight is light 300. All right, let's see. That actually looks very close in terms of the text. Okay, so now let's add some space under. It's 24 pixels. I'm just gonna do margin block end. And there we go. The zoom is slightly different, so I think the website was a little bigger. So this is, I'd say, pretty good. So those are the 4 panels, and now we want to change the grid template to go to 4 columns on tablet. So the grid was here, current conditions. So let's add a media query. I was curious what that media query shortcut was, but width greater than or equal to calc 700, and then grid template columns, repeat 4, 1 FR. So now let's check. So there, once we hit 700, we're at 4 columns. So that looks okay to me. I don't think the font size changes to tablet. Yeah, they look the same to me. But it doesn't hurt to double check. So it's text preset 3 for tablet. Text preset 3 for mobile. Okay. And then desktop just has the same layout as tablet, like that. Okay. That's looking pretty good. Go back to iPhone. Next up is the daily forecast. So the daily forecast was a different section, so we already have the space between the conditions and the daily forecast. So here we are. Let's check out the design. Okay, so the daily forecast had 2 sections. The first is this block grid with the days. So it looks like the panels are actually very similar to the previous ones. So I'm wondering if it would be better to share those styles, like these: background color, border, border radius, padding. The padding might be different on these, but at least the background color, border, and border radius look very similar to me. Let's see. Border radius is 12, that was the same. And then the background is 800 and the color is 600. I'm sorry, the border is 600, so I think that's right. So I might actually want to make a helper class for these styles. So I'm going to cut these styles. We're going to leave that padding because that's going to be different on the forecast. And we're going to go to our global styles up here. Let's make it after the main class. So I'm going to make a helper class, and we'll just call this panel. Maybe block? Let's call it block. You can call it card or whatever you want, and we'll paste these styles in. And then we're going to need to add this class to all the elements that need it. So this might be... So I'm going to do this where I select class current condition, Control-Shift-L to do multiple. Wait, I don't want to do the plural one, so we have to select the whole thing. So class equals current condition, Control-Shift-L. Now I can edit multiple, and it was block, I think. So let's save that. There we go. And then click out of that. And then we'll do the same thing for the daily forecast. Let's see. We want to do each card or block is going to be daily day. So we'll do this again. Class equals daily day, Control-Shift-L. Now we have the multiple. Type in block, and there we go. So now we can, maybe we'll start adding the grid styles. Maybe we should size the items inside, like the icon's really huge. 60 by 60. Okay, so that's going to be the image, and I forgot to add a class here. I guess we'll do the same thing because I'm using the same icon, Control-Shift-L. Class equals daily day dash image. Let's just say icon, daily day icon. Okay. So I'm going to have to add this class to our styles because it's new under daily day title. Oh yeah, we didn't even add our selectors. We'll have to do that first. So split and move down. Okay, so section class is daily, so we'll start with that. Daily, and then daily title. We'll just do a bunch of different ones. Oops. Okay, so daily title, and then daily forecast, and then daily day, and then daily day title, daily day icon, daily day temps. I'm gonna copy this. Daily day high, daily day low. There we go. So icon was 60 by 60. And I'm just going to do pixels because I don't necessarily want that to scale up like huge. And then I guess height of auto. There we go. Let's do the text styles now. So what was this? Text preset 6, which is 18. Let's go back up to our root. 18 forecast day. I think that's correct. Yeah, forecast day, forecast temp is 16. which is correct. Okay, so forecast day. Daily. That's daily day title. Let's check the color. It's going to be white. The temperature is also white, and then the low temperature was the one that was not white. Okay. So daily day temps, font size, forecast, temp, I think. And then the high is white, the low is a different color. Okay. Let's zoom in a little bit so you can see better because it's really small. So now we have the basic styles in here. Let's actually also do some padding. 16 and hold on. Might be 16. 16 on top and bottom and 10 on the sides. And that's inside the card, which is daily day, I think. So 16 and 10. And daily day, might want to make that a grid parent. And then we can center everything. Daily day. Line items center. The icon is not centered. Daily day icon. It is a direct child of the grid, so... Oh, align items. I did that vertical, so I think I just want horizontal. Justify items. I don't know why I've been like mixing them up recently for some reason. There we go. Okay, let's do the layout so the cards are like in the correct number of columns. So it's going to be 3 columns across, and that will be daily forecast, I think. Yeah, so daily forecast is containing each of the days. Like that. I'll just expand the first day. Daily forecast is here. Display grid. Grid template columns. Repeat 3, 1FR. And then what's the gap? 16. Okay. There's no padding. I must have not added the wrapper class to the section. There we go. I was going to add to the next one just so I don't forget. Okay. So I think I need to style the daily forecast text also. And I don't think it's that other... Is that the right font? I feel like this was DM Sans. Yeah, it's DM Sans. And I think I may have set all the H tags to be... Yeah, the bricolage grotesque. So I think maybe the only one that's bricolage grotesque is H1. So Control P at, let's look for H1. Yeah, so this one I don't need to do, so I'm just going to remove the other H tags from that so it's the right font family. Okay, so daily title, font size. Hopefully I added this already. Forecast. Forecast title. I think that's right. Yeah. Okay, so 20 pixels underneath will be margin block end. And then it looks pretty good. Okay, so now let's look inside the block. We need to add some space. So 14.5, or sorry, 16 under the title to the icon, and then 16. So wait a sec, I added that with gap already. Seems like there's more space. The icon is like this, 60 by 60. By 60. I don't see a gap. What's going on here? Oh, I think I added the gap to the forecast. Yeah. Okay. So inside the card, it should be 16 in daily day here. That should look better. There we go. And we want to make the temps a... I'm just going to do flex. Because we can just do justify content space between. That makes it... why are they so squished? Should go to the outside. Here's the grid. Oh, I guess I have to stretch this. This is a grid child of the daily day. I think by default I had centered them. There we go. So I want the daily day temps as the grid child. Justify self stretch. There we go. So then it'll take the full width. What if I could also do it with width of 100%, but that does work, but I would prefer to use grid properties whenever possible, just to keep things kind of consistent. So I'm going to add this before display flex just because this is a grid child property to sort of indicate that that's what's going on. Okay, so that looks a lot better. Okay. That looks good. Did I get the colors correct? Yes. All right. So I think this is pretty good. Obviously, all the info is the same, but we're going to update that dynamically from the API. So now let's do the tablet layout where it's just 7 across. Same with desktop. So let's check the gap, make sure it's the same, 16. So what we want to do is change the grid template for the daily forecast, because that's the one that contains all the different blocks. So media width greater than or equal to calc 700 divided by 16 times 1 rem. Grid template columns, repeat 7, 1FR. All right. So now this is tablet, and if we go back down to mobile, looks okay. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, so the next section we're going to work on is the hourly forecast. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So on mobile, we have basically everything in just one column. We have this title, the drop down here in the header, hourly header, and then below that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours ahead for the day. Because I'm wondering how that's going to work if it's like 9 a.m. And you can select the day. So like if it's 9 a.m. then you would theoretically want up until midnight. But I guess we can figure that out later. We can always just add on more items to the bottom, I guess. And let's take a look at the tablet version of this. So tablet version is basically the same, it's just a lot wider. So we're not going to have to change too much for that. And then desktop goes back to basically the same as mobile. It's just more narrow because we have this 2-column layout. Okay, so let us check out the styles that we're going to need to do. So the first one is, I guess, the overall like panel or block. That's going to be, I think, hourly wrapper. Let's see how that looks. An hourly wrapper, it kind of has similar block styles to the previous blocks. But I think it might be, there's no border, so it's a little bit different. And there's only a border on the little items in there. So I think that we will just set the styles for the block itself. So I think we should be able to set that on the hourly section tag because it has the wrapper class, which is what's going to limit the width. So let's start creating our selector actually. So we're done with the daily styles. So now hourly. So again, I'm going to split this down so I can see the selectors. And then we'll say hourly header, hourly title. Let's just maybe copy hourly title. We'll just make a whole bunch of these. So hourly title, then hourly dash day. Maybe I should make that something, have a different class. I'm going to rename this to hourly select. So it makes it clear that it's a drop down. And then I wonder if I need to style the option too. Just in case we'll add a class. Hourly select day. And then hourly hours. Hourly hour singular. And then hourly hour icon, and then time and temp, and I think that's it. Yeah, that's it for these. So we'll save that, close the duplicated tab, and now let's start styling. So hourly wrapper is where we're going to add the background color, and I can't remember the color, so let's double check that. Neutral 800. So background color. Panel. I think it was BG dark. I actually don't remember. Okay, looks like it's the right color. 800, yeah. And okay, yeah. This will need to adjust the markup a little bit because we added the wrapper class is what will make the children be the space. So I don't want to set the background color on hourly. I need to actually create another div to contain both the header and then the hours. And that's what will have the space on either side. So hourly content. And then we'll move the divs inside there. And then we will move our styles to hourly content like that. So now you can see it has a space on either side. And then border radius, I'm assuming it's going to be the same, but let's just check. Okay, it's 20 pixels. Okay, and then no border. Let's add some padding. So 20 on the top and bottom, and then 16 on either side. Okay, looks pretty good. Now, the header is, I think, what contains the title and the dropdown, and we want them to be next to each other. So let me just double check. Hourly header. Yes, hourly header contains the H2 tag and then the dropdown. So we're going to make this display flex. Justify content space between. There we go. And again, we're going to worry about this drop down later. Let's just get the kind of the sort of non-dynamic elements styled first. Okay. Now this needs to be, the title needs to be styled as well. So I think I had a style already. Font size. I think it was forecast title. Yeah, that seems right. I think it's just the same size as the daily forecast. It's 20, yes. Okay. And let's do align items center. So they're vertically centered. Okay, next up, we're going to style the individual hour panels or blocks, or I don't know what I need to call them. So in hourly hours, each individual hour is hourly hour. And those look kind of like the block that we had before, but I think it's a little lighter. The fill is 700, whereas up here, fill is 800. 800 and border 600, 700 and 600. So I know I had that block style. The corner radius is different though, so I'm just going to make these section specific styles because there's the only similar thing they have is the background color. The border and the border radius are different. Okay. That's going to be hourly hour. Panel BG light, I think. It's supposed to be 700. I think that's right. No, it's 600. What other? Medium. 700. Okay, so it's medium, not light. Okay. And let's get our grid so we can add space between these, because it's looking a little confusing here. 16 between each of them. So this is the hourly hour. They are children of the hourly hours div, so I'm going to make the hourly hours the grid parent. And I don't need to make a grid template because it's all just one column. And by default, grid's going to make everything, each child in one row. So we'll just add the gap of 16. Okay. And let's add a border or a margin after the header, 16 pixels. Okay. And we also need to add the border and the border radius. So hourly hour, singular, border, 1 pixel solid, and it was neutral 600. I think the border color was the same as this one. Yeah, 600. And then border radius is 8. Okay. So that's looking better. I'll zoom in just so you can see things. Now we need to have these 3 children all in one row. So these 3 things, the image, the paragraph for the time, and then the paragraph for the hour. So hourly hour, I'm going to do, this is also going to be a flex or grid parent. You could really do either in this case. I feel like maybe display grid might be easier. So display grid, and then I do need to make grid template columns. And what I want is the icon, and they should all be the same size. So we'll say auto for the icon, we'll say auto for the time, and then the degrees is going to get 1 FR to hopefully make it like take up the rest of the grid. So let's see how that looks. And then we'll have to justify things. I wonder if flex would be easier for that. How much space is there? 8 pixels. I'll just make a gap of 8 pixels. And then that seems less than, yeah, I don't know. If I eyeball it, it feels like there's more space here. Maybe it's just the zoom. Well, I don't think, it's not like we're going to run out of space, so I think it's okay. Now I want to make the degrees. You can see it does have the biggest column because, you know, I set it to be 1 FR, but I need to assign it justify self to the end. So now you can see, there we go. Okay, and we need to add padding here too. How much padding is there? 16, or I guess it's saying 12 and then 16 on the other side. So I guess we'll just do that. It's going to be here on the hourly hour padding. I can't remember what. 10 on the top. Oops. 10 on the top. 16 on the right. 10 on the bottom and 12. So I think if I just do 10, 16, 12, it'll automatically make 10 on the bottom. Let's see if that is correct. So we go to layout, box model. 10 on the top, 16 on the right. Oh no, that's wrong. I made 16 on left and right. So there we go. 10 on the bottom, is that right? Yeah. Okay. That looks pretty good. Let's make sure these are sized correctly. 40 by 40 is the image. Doesn't seem too off. It looks like it is 40. Oh, because I set width and height to 40. So that's the HTML attributes, just to make sure the browser leaves enough vertical space. But I'm also going to set width to 40. Just because I think it's always a good thing to size things just in CSS. Like, we shouldn't depend on the HTML width and height attributes to size these. Okay. And hourly time, let's see what font size we got. Font size, I think it was forecast hour. And we'll just try this also. Font size, forecast temp. Oops. And okay. That seems pretty good. I think it's pretty close, actually. I don't know if that border radius on the little hour is correct. Border radius is 8. I think I did do 8. Yeah, I don't know. It just like looks less round for some reason. Okay, well, I think this is actually pretty solid. Okay, let's see how it looks on iPad. And I mean, that looks close to me. If we look at there. Something about the title seems a little different. Let's check the font weight. So it's 20 pixels, semi-bold DM Sans. I feel like maybe... So font size is 20. Font weight. Oh, by default, H tag font weights are set to bold in the browser. So I need to change that to semi-bold. That's going to be hourly title. Semi-bold is less than bold, 600. There we go. Okay, that looks better. Okay. Cool. So I think the last thing we need to do is to make this like a 2-column layout for desktop. And that's going to be the overall grid, which is, let's change to laptop. The overall grid, I think I said to main. That contains the hero too, though. So basically the current, daily, and then hourly is what's changing. So on desktop, the current and then the daily are going to be in one column. I feel like if I don't want to make another div, I'm going to have to use the main tag and let's see. Hopefully you can see that okay on the screen. I'm gonna have to make this like the overall grid and then change the current. Let me think about this. So right now they're just each in rows. So I would have to do something like have a grid with 2 columns and then have the hero. Hero takes up 1 full row, and then the current and daily will take up the first column, and then the hourly takes up the last column. But it's kind of annoying that the hero would then have to be in that grid as well, because it's just full width no matter what. But otherwise, I would have to make like a new div just to contain current, daily, and hourly. Which honestly, I think I'm more inclined to do that, just so I don't have to involve the hero. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. So let me just close up these section tags so you can see everything. So basically the current I'm going to have to make a grid template where these two are in one column, and then the hourly's in the last column. So I would basically do something like, I'll just call this dashboard, and we'll move the section tags in here. And divs are generic tags, so we're not kind of messing with any of the sort of semantics of the existing section tags by putting them in a div, because divs have no meaning attached to them because they're generic. So now this dashboard, I can make the grid parent, and then for desktop, oh wait, I think I might have messed up the main grid that I created, because let's see, it's containing the hero, and then now it's containing the dashboard as a second child, because originally I was using it to add space between the sections, so maybe my div idea is not the best idea. So I think we're gonna have to, if we want to keep the gap between the sections, we are gonna just have to make the main tag be this grid parent, which is okay, I guess. So in the main, we're gonna make, let's see, 2 columns, and this is only gonna start at desktop. So we're gonna make a media query for width greater than or equal to desktop. I usually start at like 1,000 pixels. And then here's where we start adding the grid template columns. Now, how wide are these columns? Let's check out, I'm gonna go to the full screen design just so we can see things better. And let's turn on the layout grid so we can see the lines. Here we go. So this is a 12 column design. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So out of the 12, the hourly forecast on the right has 1, 2, 3, 4. So it has a third. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's a third and then 2/3. So what we could do is make 3 columns of equal width, and we'll make the hourly forecast take up the last column, and then we'll make the current forecast take up the first 2 columns. I think that'd be the easiest. So repeat 3, 1 FR. And now, I think this might be a good use of grid template areas. So grid template areas, and here's where we kind of create like a little diagram of the grid. So in quotes is each row, so one line is going to be 1 row. Am I doing this right? I think so. So current, we'll call it current, daily, and hourly as the name of the areas. So current will take up 2 columns, and then hourly will take up the last column, then in the second row, it's going to be daily, daily, and then hourly. And I know that the current is like, it's taller than the daily. So I don't know if I need to make another row so that this takes up 2 rows, but we'll see if we can make this work with just 2 rows. Yeah. So then, because we are using these grid template areas, we need to add these names to each of them. So it was hero, or sorry, it was, oh wait, I forgot about the hero section. So there's actually the first row, hero, hero, hero. There we go. Okay, so now hero is going to be grid area. And when it's used grid area, I think you have to use quotes, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I think you don't use quotes on the actual area. So then let's go to current. Current will be grid area current. And then daily, grid area daily. And then hourly, grid area hourly. Okay. So let's see if this did anything. Oh my gosh, it did. I like when things work the first time without having to fix too much. So this looks pretty good. There's a lot of space between these, and I wonder if there's some gap thing that's going on here. So here's the main. Let's see. So we have the hero, and there is a gap, it looks like, of 32. And that was originally to be between the sections. But I don't think I want a gap between columns. So let's make the main gap. This is just between rows to add space between sections, and then column gap, we'll set it to 0. There we go. And spacing still looks a little bit off. Like, this is not taking up the full column. And yeah, what's going on here? So the hero is fine. Current is here. So the current in the grid is taking up the full width of the column, but the content inside is not. So what's going on there? Oh, this is wrapper. Oh no, it's conflicting with my wrapper styles. That's why there's space on either side. So I think I need to not use the wrapper. No, actually it shouldn't matter because they're grid children. So yeah, I think that's fine. Because we do want that space, otherwise it would be all the way to the edge. But it's just weird because it's adding space on either side inside the grid, and it's not like the full column. Oy vey. So I think I may have made more complications here. Yeah, so the wrapper styles are adding space here where I don't want it to, which is a little bit annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna have to redo the wrappers because I don't want to add the wrapper space inside this bento thing. So what should I do? I could remove the wrapper class from all the sections and kind of maybe add the space just in the main tag. Would that be crazy? Whoa, what's going on here? Okay. What did I do? Why is the grid so weird? I think maybe the grid template areas need to be assigned for all viewports or something weird like that. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is undo everything I did. So we're going to remove the grid areas. We'll probably leave the desktop breakpoint because we might need to do something there. Okay, so now everything's showing up as it should. So now we need to figure out how to do the overall site. So right now with the wrapper class, we are limiting the width of the content to 1200 pixels. And if we look at our markup, we want that to happen for the header up here, and then we want that to happen for the main tag. So maybe I want to remove the wrapper class from the sections and add it to the main. So hopefully I don't regret this, but it seems like on desktop it looks fine. It's limiting it to 1200 pixels. Let's see on tablet. It's going to, it feels like there's not enough space on the right side. That's really weird. Let's go to mobile. What's happening? Can't scroll horizontally, but yeah, something is a bit strange here. Is it the gap? Oh, it might have been the gap. Let me change this. So I think the gap is adding space and it's making it go off screen. So gap, we only want it to be row gap. There we go. That looks a lot better. Okay, so now we have the margins on either side. Looks more normal. Let's check tablet. Tablet looks also good. Here is desktop. Okay, so now, okay, so I think our wrapper styles are fixed. Now we need to figure out what we want to do for the bento type thing. So now the main tag is the wrapper. So I think I might be able to do the grid template area again, because I took the wrapper stuff out of here. So, okay, we'll try to redo this again. Grid template columns, repeat 3, 1FR. Grid template areas. So the first row is the hero, because the hero is in the main tag. So hero, hero, hero. Let's press enter just to make it more readable. Second row is current for the first 2 columns, and then hourly. And then the last row is daily, daily, hourly. Okay, so now, although, wait, no, this is messed up because the main is supposed to be the wrapper, so I don't know why this is so hard. So the main is the wrapper, so, oh, so that means I can now do divs inside here, so we're going to do that. So again, we'll do, I'll say dashboard. Getting all turned around. Okay, so now the dashboard is what's going to have this grid stuff. Okay, there we go. So now we're back at the 1200 that we want. So now let's add our grid areas. So hero. Grid area hero, grid area current, Grid area daily. Grid area hourly. Ugh, something is not right here. Oh, the dashboard doesn't have hero, so let's remove that. Okay, it's not going to 2 columns, or 3 columns. So let's just make sure our markup's correct. So dashboard is containing these. Oh my gosh, I forgot to say it was a grid parent. Okay, there we go. Now we have our 2 columns going. And let's add space between the columns. We don't need to add space between the rows, I think, because we... Actually, maybe we do. Let's see. Okay, there's no space between the rows, so we'll need to add gap for both row and column. Okay. So it's 48 between the rows and 32 between the columns. So gap is 48 and 32. Yeah. There we go. Okay. It's looking good. The form stuff needs to be different for desktop. Let's get rid of the layout grid. Okay. So actually for tablet, we also want the form elements to be next to each other. But yeah, looking pretty good here. Oh, we need to add space between these. So maybe we'll make this grid for all viewports with the gap. Oh, that was bad. I wonder if I need to do the grid template areas for the mobile too. So this is going to be 1 column. So current, daily, hourly. There we go. And then let's just double check the gap between the sections for mobile. $32. So this is just for desktop then. So gap of 32 for mobile. And let's check tablet actually. 32, yeah. So starting on desktop is where it gets bigger. Okay. Much better. So here's tablet. Okay. Now on tablet is where the hero needs to go full width. So where was this limited? Oh, here we go. Max width 15 ch. So I guess we'll just let's change this. The 15 width max, sorry, the 15 ch max width is going to be for mobile. And then we'll increase it for tablet so that we get the 2 lines. Actually, that is correct. And then for desktop, it just needs to be 1 line. So maybe let's make our media query go the other way. So less than desktop max width is going to be 15 ch. There we go. So tablet and then mobile is just like that. And once you hit 1,000, it'll go to one line. Okay, and then the form, which is in the hero. So hero search. So none of these are layout styles. So we're gonna have to change the grid template for hero search on tablet and above. So greater than 700. We'll make a grid template column, and it's gonna be text box and then button. So it looks like the button's the same width. The button is 114. 114. So maybe we'll just size it 1FR auto. So the button will just get sized from its own intrinsic sizes. Okay. That's sort of what we want. Except the button is... I think I need to add padding. Did I not add padding? I only added padding block on the top and the bottom, so... It's supposed to be 24 on either side. So let's do that. Hero button. So 24 on left and right. Okay, there we go. So now, on mobile it's like that, which is great. And then tablet, it's next to each other. And then once we hit 1,000, this is desktop. I think a text box was longer on desktop. Let's see, 526. Can't remember if I sized this. Is this sized any specific way? Doesn't seem like it. I'm just gonna see what width 100% does. Okay, so maybe we'll do 100% width and then max it out at whatever this is, 656 for hero search. Um, 656. There we go. That looks a lot closer to the design. Cool. So we're looking pretty good here. Here's tablet. And then here is mobile. And then we do that Frontamentor attribution at the bottom. I might just delete it. But we should add some padding at the bottom, I think. $48 on mobile, 80 on tablet, 80 on desktop. So maybe I'll add that to the main tag. I could just add it to the body. Padding block end. I'm just gonna do 80 everywhere because I think that's fine. Okay, there we go. All right, so I think we're pretty good for the regular styles. Next up, I think we can start doing the dynamic stuff. Okay, so we've basically built out most of the UI. Now we're going to start digging into the functional part of this website, which is using the weather API and loading it in our website. So I'm back on the Frontamentor challenge page, and let's take a look at what we need to build. So in this brief section, They have details about the challenge, and we're using this Open Meteo API. And then they also have a list of basically the functional requirements of this website. So let's check out this Open Meteo API. So here we are. It is open source weather API with free access for non-commercial use. No API key required, which is nice. And let's check out the API docs, because you always want to start with the docs. Okay, so it looks like we can sort of search by giving it a latitude and longitude, and it's going to give us by default 7 days of weather, which does seem like what we need. And then also has hourly weather. So let's go back to the design. For the hourly weather, you can choose the day, and then it gives you the, I guess, the summary of the conditions, like sunny, cloudy, etc. Time, obviously, and then the temperature. Then in our variables here, we want temperature, and then I'm assuming it'll automatically give us the time. And then I think maybe weather code is probably what the like the weather summary is. And then I don't think we need any of these other things. So yeah, there's a lot of info that this API comes with, which is kind of nice. Okay, next up is the daily weather. So this is the daily forecast down here, where we have the day, the weather for the day, and then the high and low temperatures. So weather code, and then maximum and minimum temperature, and I think that's it. And then current weather is here. So it's the temperature. This icon here is, I'm assuming, the weather code thing again. Then we have more info. We have feels like, so that's kind of like the index, what the temperature feels like, humidity, wind speed, and precipitation. So temperature, humidity, apparent temperature, which is the index, is day or night. I don't know if we need that. I think we don't need that. Weather code, and then precipitation and wind speed. Okay, cool. And then we can choose, Celsius or Fahrenheit, and then the units for wind speed and precipitation, and time format also. Now for that, this is up at the top. You can choose the units. And let's take a look at what else they have in the design for this. So when you click on that units dropdown, it's going to open this menu, and it has a bunch of options: switch to imperial or switch to metric. And then I'm assuming when you click on them, it'll switch. Then you can also choose individually Celsius, Fahrenheit, kilometers or miles, millimeters or inches. And that kind of seems like a lot to me. I might just simplify this. So instead of this whole menu drop down, I would have like a toggle, and you can choose Celsius or Fahrenheit, and then based on what temperature unit you're using, it'll also, affect the units of the wind and the precipitation. Because I feel like you usually just want one or the other. I could be wrong, but I think that's what I'm going to do. So going back to the API, we'll just leave these for now. It's fine. And then for non-commercial use, less than 10,000 daily API calls, which is, definitely not what we're going to need. And here's the API response. So reload the chart. I guess this is if you just want to display this. And they have other options here. So I think what we actually just need is the URL. So down here. So this URL has the website /v1 forecast, and then after the question mark indicates it's a query string. So these are basically the data in that form that we selected, like the different checkboxes and stuff, it's going to be stored in the URL. And then this gets submitted to the API. And based on these values, that's the data that we've selected that it's going to return. So we are going to be using this API, and let's check out the results of the API in a new tab and see what it comes back with. Okay, so there's a lot of info here, and it's coming back as a JSON. So we have latitude and longitude, which we submit to the API, and then it comes back with, here's the current weather. So time, the temperature, relative humidity, apparent temperature, and then weather code. So I think this is the weather, like what type of weather. We'll have to figure out where that comes from. And then this is the hourly, so it just has a bunch of different, these are the different hours. And then for each hour, it corresponds with the temperature, and then a weather code for those as well. And then this is for the daily. So basically there's 3 sections. It's the current temperature, hourly temps, and then daily. So I think this is all the info that we're going to need. So we're going to come back to this later. The one thing that I'm noticing is that to get the API, you need to submit a latitude and longitude. So for example, here we would search for something like a location and address, and you'd want to get back the latitude and longitude. So we're going to have to probably use another API to get latitude and longitude, and then we'll have the weather API. So let's do a little research and try to find out I don't know if it's called geolocation for that. So let's search for geolocation. Want to get latitude, longitude from address. Let's see what comes back with this. So address to coordinates. Oh, this is an add. Let's not skip that. GPS coordinates. This is to find the current location. And I know that browsers by default will already, I think they have they can give you your location already. Get lat long from address. Let's see what this is. You never know if a website's going to be sketchy or not. So this looks like it's just a web tool. I don't think that, it doesn't look like there's an API. So one thing I do is I will search Reddit sometimes. So I'm going to search reddit.com/r/webdev. And let's see if it gives us anything. Okay. Best geolocation for getting longitude and latitude. Okay, this looks like it is what we're looking for. We want to submit an address and get latitude and longitude. Mapbox, I've not heard of that. Google Geolocation API. I think it used to be free, but I feel like you have to give them your credit card now to sign up, so I don't want to do that. OpenCage. This is a Google Drive link, which seems a little sketchy to me, so I'm not going to click that. TomTom. And we're not trying to get the user's latitude and longitude based on IP. We're trying to have a search type thing. Oh, here we go. I'm making a weather app. This is probably what we need. So yes, they want to get longitude, latitude based on what a user would enter in a search. That's exactly what we want. Okay, nominatim search. This person also used nominatim. So nominatim. I'm going to just search for that just to see if people have said anything about it. Okay, let's just go to the website. Nominatim. Nominate up the software that uses OpenStreetMap data to find locations by name or address. Okay. Let's see. Open source geocoding. So geocoding, I guess, is what we're trying to do. So we can find locations on Earth by name and address. Sweet. Use the API. Let's check out the API documentation. Okay, so search OSM OpenStreetMaps objects by name or type. That seems like what we want. Okay. So here's the endpoint. This is what we're gonna do. So this with a search, and then whatever, like your freeform query. Commas are optional. Okay, let's just click on this and see what it looks like. Okay, so here is what we're getting back when we search for that. So yeah, gives us a Latin long and some other stuff which we don't really need. But I'm going to copy the URL and yeah, so nominate him openstreetmap.org/search ? And then your search query. So I'm going to, so I guess this can work. So we'll just kind of keep this open to save it. Then the next thing we need to do is use JavaScript to fetch the data from this geolocation API, and then also later on from the weather API. So I'm not a JavaScript expert by any means, so I'm going to search MDN JavaScript. And I think it's fetch, but let's just search for get API. Okay, using fetch API. Cool. So, all right, here's a minimal function that uses fetch to retrieve some JSON data from our server, which is exactly what we want. So I'm going to try to make sense of this. So here's a function called getData. It has a URL, which is the URL of the API. Then it's going to try running the code inside here, which is fetching the URL. If there is not a good response, it'll throw an error. Otherwise, it will save the result as this const. It'll save the JSON response there, and it'll log the result. And then if there's an error, it'll also log the error. So this seems like a good place to start. So I'm going to try to use this code and see if we can get the geolocation API to work on our site. So here is our site. I'm actually going to make VS Code bigger because we actually just want the console right now. So here in VS Code, let's create our JavaScript file. So I'm going to right click, new file, script.js, and we want to, let's write some code just to make sure it's going to work. Hello world. And then we need to link the script in our HTML. So I'll just add it here, I guess. Script search, load the script.js file, and I'm going to add the defer attribute. This is going to make sure that the JavaScript loads after the website. So I saved it, and then it did run hello world, so I think we're pretty good. So now we need to I need to go back to get that code from MDN. Where was it? Here we go. So here's the code. Here is our JavaScript. And now let's get the geolocation URL Where are we? Here we go. Nominate him. Here we go. I'm copying, you can't see, but I'm copying the URL that they were using. So now, I'm just gonna kind of hard code it, I guess. We'll just put it in here. So we're hard coding that Birmingham result. So now what we're doing is we're trying to get the data from this URL. So now we want to run this function to get data. And let's see what happens. Oh, and we got some stuff. So let's see. So we have an array. We got 2 results, it looks like. So the first one, index 0. Yeah, Pilkington Ave, which was what we had from that hard-coded request. And is there Latin long? It looks like bounding box has Latin long, as well as some other stuff. There's also a lat field here and a long field here. So I think we can use those. Is that right? I guess so, yeah. 52 and then negative 1.8. Okay. The bounding box might just be for like creating the map or something. So it seems like this works. Let's also now see if we can make this work with a sort of hard-coded just like whatever search. So what I mean by that is let's say let's search equal, and I'm just going to say something like, I don't know, Los Angeles, CA. And then here we're going to replace everything in here with our search, and we're going to use template literals or string template literals. So we have to make this a backtick, and what this will enable us to do is load the value of this search variable in this string. We can do that by escaping it with $, curly brackets, and then the name of the variable search. So let's see if that works. And we got some stuff back. All right, Los Angeles. And we have the lat and we have the long. Okay, so that wasn't too bad. The next thing I think we need to do is try to get the weather API. So I feel like there should be a way to run this get data thing and then use it for both the geolocation and the weather, but I don't know the best way to do that. So I'm just going to do it kind of like the very simple basic way. So let's change the name of this function to get geocoding data. Let's just say geodata. So here we'll rename that. And then this is going to be whatever we type into the search box. And then we're going to, I think, have to, I'm going to copy, duplicate this, and make another function for the weather data. Because we are basically using a lot of the same code in terms of the, you know, the response and await stuff. But we need to change this URL, and we don't need this search. So we need to figure out the parameters of that weather search. Can't remember where I had it here. Oh, here we go. This is the Open Meteo weather data. So I'm going to again just copy what we have in the URL, which you can't see, but you'll see it soon. So the URL here is longer. There's more values in our search. And right now I just hard-coded what we had. So it looks like it did return something, which I guess, no, this is from the geolocation. So what I want to do is run this get weather data function. after get geodata. So I'm going to add it in the if the response is successful. There we go. Again, I don't know if this is like the best way to do it. Okay, so this first array here is our geolocation, Los Angeles. Then the second thing that we're getting back is an object. And this is the weather info. And this does look like, you know, everything we added in. So actually we need to pass in the latitude and longitude. But it's at least working, which is awesome. So we're gonna have to do another template literal thing, and in our query string, the first one is latitude equals, and then your lat value. So let's replace that with, I'm just gonna copy that because I have to reuse it, lat. And we'll do the same thing with longitude, lon. And then what other things might change? Daily weather equals, and this, we're erroring out because we didn't finish this. So this is at daily, you get weather code, temperature, 2 meter max, temperature min, hourly temperature and weather code, current temperature. So I'm trying to see where you set the units. Let's first get the lat and long set. So I think what I need to do is we need to get the lat and long from here. So let lat equals, and we have to go into here and figure out where this is. So the latitude is down here. So in the first item, so index 0 of this array, so it's going to be the result, which is that whole array. First result, so square bracket 0, and then it's just the lat field, and then the lon field. So lat, and then let's duplicate this, lon. So that should be the latitude and longitude, and we want to, I'm going to pass it into the get weather data. Oops, that's not what I wanted. So now in get weather data with lat and lon as parameters, we're going to do the same thing. Let lat equal, actually I wonder if I can just use the parameters in here. Let's see if this causes an error or not. Okay, so I didn't have to explicitly declare variables because they're already here as parameters. Okay, so let's check out the weather. I don't think it's going to have the name of the place, but I feel like it's working. Okay, so we got our weather. Now you need to go back and see where you can kind of choose the units, because it looks like in our result here, it says hourly units is degrees Celsius. So it didn't seem like there was anything controlling the units in our API. So let's try changing it to Fahrenheit and changing everything to, you know, imperial units or whatever. So now let's open this in a new tab. So now under current units, it's here, but how do you tell the URL you want it to be there? You want it to be Celsius or Fahrenheit. That's what I can't figure out. Okay, here is some info. So here's the actual docs of all the different values in that you can control temperature unit. So it looks like the default is going to be Celsius. If Fahrenheit is set, all temperature values are converted to Fahrenheit. What's this no column? It's not required. Okay, so you can set temperature unit to Fahrenheit or Celsius. So if it's, we'll have to, I think, add that. So I'm going to test that here. So I'm just going to add it to our query string here. So you want to separate each like field with an ampersand, and temperature unit equals Fahrenheit. I think that's right. So let's save. Oops. That didn't work. Data corrupted at path temperature unit. Okay, so I think I just added that in wrong. Okay, so you can't see this, but I am looking at the units up here in the URL. I'm just going to copy and paste them. So this looks like you can control all of them with... I wonder what was wrong. So we can control wind speed unit equals miles, I guess. Temperature unit equals Fahrenheit. Oh, I misspelled Fahrenheit. Is there an H there? Is that really how you spell Fahrenheit? Oh, it is. Huh. Didn't realize it needed an H. Okay. Well, today I learned. Okay, so I guess we'll just delete where we added it in here. So here we're doing temperature unit equals Fahrenheit, precipitation unit equals inch, wind speed unit equals ms, which is miles. So we need to figure out what the values would be for the other way with Celsius. So, okay, here's the other options. Wind speed unit is kilometer hour and then millimeter. I feel like I want miles per hour for if I'm using Fahrenheit, right? Because I think ms would be meters per second or something like that. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I think I would want that to be mph. So mph. So we're going to have to figure that out. So I'm just going to add some notes here so I don't forget. So temperature unit equals Fahrenheit or Celsius. Wind speed unit equals mph or kms, kilometers per second. No, kilometers per hour. And then what was the other one? Precipitation unit equals inch or millimeters. Okay, so now we'll have these notes so we can add it in later depending on which unit we select in the top. So let's think about this. How do we want to control that? I guess we'd use another parameter and get weather data. So we would pass in lat long and then unit based on whatever unit. Or I guess we could read the toggle. So we could do something like in the get weather data, if the toggle value equals, we'll say maybe F, then temperature unit will equal Fahrenheit, wind speed unit will equal mph, precipitation unit would equal inch. Otherwise, it'll be the other way. So let temp u temp unit equal mph, or I'm sorry, Fahrenheit. Let wind unit equal mph. Let precip unit equal inch. If, the toggle value, whichever that's going to be, equals Fahrenheit. Let me just add this logic and then we'll figure out how the toggle is going to work. Otherwise, it'll be Celsius. I guess we could, I think we could just set the default as Celsius when we declare the variables. kmh and then millimeter. So then it'll get declared as a Celsius and metric system, and then if we selected Fahrenheit, it'll change. So this is basically doing the same thing as the notes was saying. So now we need to figure out how I want to do the unit selector. And I think I was saying I would do it as a toggle. So I want to choose, it's basically a Boolean, is it on or off? You could do checkbox, we can make it a drop down. I think a lot of times I'm going to go to CodePen, and it's a good way to find ideas for stuff. So toggle. Pure CSS toggle buttons. Are these? I don't think they are. I can't tab, so I feel like that's not a good idea. A lot of CSS only controls are not accessible. Whereas like the default form controls are. You can like tab and select them. Bootstrap button toggle. So see here, I'm using tab to tab to the different things, and I'm using space to select, so that is good. I guess we could do this mini one. Let's see what the code looks like. Where's the mini one? Default color. So this is the large. Oops. Here's small. So where's mini? Here's mini. Oh, this is with the bootstrap. I'm just kind of curious how it works. So it looks like it is a button. So if it's pressed, that's weird. Button aria pressed. I'm gonna search that on MDN. Button aria pressed. I'm just trying to find the right element to use. Adding aria pressed to an element with a role of button turns a button into a toggle button. So it could be true or false. Okay, I guess that does work. Ooh, Accessibility Developer Guide. It's my favorite website. I don't know, I feel like the dropdown is really actually functionally what I'm looking for, so I might just do a dropdown and you can select Fahrenheit or Celsius. I feel like that might be the best. So in that case, let's adjust our dropdown that we have just so we can figure out how to read the value from it. So we're going to do F and C. So Fahrenheit, Fahrenheit, and Celsius. Celsius. Maybe we'll do Celsius first because it's alphabetical. Okay, so we need to read the value of this. So let's say I'm just going to say DDL for drop-down list because that's just what I'm used to working with. So we're going to load this drop-down as a JavaScript const. So const DDL units equals document get element query selector, and then search for the ID DDL units. There we go. So now we want to read. Okay, we'll just write this. We might need to adjust the code later. Value. Man, I can't remember how to do this. Let's go to our website. Okay. DDL units dot value. I think that's correct. Let's try that again. Oh yeah, it works. So now it's C. F. Okay. I was trying to think functionally, like, let's say you load the weather data in Fahrenheit, but then you want to change it to Celsius. So theoretically, changing the value of this dropdown you'd basically have to rerun the query and reload it. So I guess we can add code for that. Right now, we're just going to read the code, based on, whatever's selected. So value. I guess people are using 3 equal signs as the correct version. Okay. So now it's declared, but the value is never read. I think that's okay because we are going to use it in here. So temp unit is, where is it here? Temperature unit equals, and we'll do another template literal. Wind unit, wind speed unit here. There we go. And then precip unit. Okay. So now it is getting used. Now, I think we can try to load this. So DDL unit is F. Let's see. Oh, looks like it is F. Let's try again with Celsius. And yeah, sweet. It's using Celsius now. Awesome. Now let's try with nothing. I guess by default we could just use Celsius, have Celsius be loaded. Because otherwise that might be confusing. So we'll just remove this one. That makes it confusing too. I guess we'll just leave it with the units. Like that. So units, I don't know if you can see that, it's like really small. So by default it's going to be units, Celsius, Fahrenheit. Okay. Nice. We're definitely making some progress with our code here. Okay, so we have the basic data getting loaded, which is great. Now let's look at what we need to do to start populating the data in the actual site. So I have a local site open here, and obviously everything's hard-coded right now. So the first thing we're displaying is, in the blue box, the city and the country. So I need to look at the data and see if we're actually getting that. So here's the geocoding data that we got back from searching for just Los Angeles, California. So here's a display name, Los Angeles County, California, United States. That's like way more. We really just want the city and the country. And we have a name, Los Angeles. I'm going to try type in Berlin, Germany, just to see, what that looks like. So here, display name is Berlin, Germany. Name is Berlin. So let's go back to the geolocation or geocoding API, nominatim, and see if there's a way that we can just pull like specifically city and country data instead of having to filter through this string ourselves. Because if it's built in already, then we might as well take advantage of that. Okay. Structured queries when you're filling in like not free forms. So that's for submitting, not getting. Parameters. Place output formats. This is just, I think, the format of the data you're getting back, so that's something different. This stuff is for drawing the map. Oh. Here's one that has the country and the city broken out. How they do that? Search address details. Let's do a find for that. Find address details. Okay. I must have skipped over this. When it's defaulting to 0, but when you set it to 1, it'll include a breakdown of the address. Okay, that's definitely what we want. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go over to loading the URL, and I'm just going to add that to our query. Or actually, I'll just do it in the code. Might be easier. Here, address details equals 1. So hopefully this will give us more location details. Okay, ooh, address object. So now, sweet, we have a city and we have a country. So that's great. Let's try Los Angeles just for the heck of it. So address, here we go. City, Los Angeles, country, United States. Okay, nice. That's exactly what we want. Okay, so I think we are now getting all the data we need, at least for that first blue block. Now we want to start creating variables for the locations. So I never know if I should use const or let, because if we redo the search, then the const value of the city and country would change. So maybe let's better. So let's say city name equals, or maybe also country name. Then we want to load the data. So I think I'm trying to figure out if I want to load the data in a new function. That might be better. Okay, again, I don't know if I'm going to be doing this the right way, but I'm going to try to write a new function to load location data. And in the parameter, I'm just going to load the entire object. That's the result. So load location data with the result. Okay. And then we'll run load location data with, I guess, location. And here, I'm going to test and make sure we can load location dot the first result, 0, and then address. Oops, don't need a dot. Address dot city. Maybe I will load this as an like a variable. So let location location is going to be the location data, the first item dot address. So that's going to be an object. So now I want to save the city name as location dot city, because location is going to be the array 0 address, and then we can get into the fields. So country name equals location country. Yeah, country. So now let's write city name country name. Hey, so that worked. Sweet. And is there anything else we need to load? I think that's it. And then I guess load the current date, which is another thing. Like I know there's a JavaScript, you can get the current date time. Let's just search for that. Temporal. Huh. Limited availability. Let's not use that. So date now is going to be the current date. Okay, so this stuff is what we can use, I think. Let's just test. Date now. That's the timestamp. So date now, get date. Okay, so it's date now dot get date. No. Oh my gosh. I really don't know JavaScript. So I wonder if you do new date, date now. Oh, there we go. That seems kind of, I don't know. I don't know if that's right. JavaScript get current month and day. See what Stack Overflow says. New date. Okay, so we didn't have to say date now. Okay, so we want the month. This is the day. Get month. Oh, that works. But we want the name. Does get year work? It's been a while since I've worked with date time. How do you format it? JavaScript format date to get month name. To locale string. This says new international date time format. New date. And then, or let's just try to get date to locale string. Month long. This feels like a lot. It does work. Let's look up to locale string. I'm not familiar with that. Okay, it says potentially inefficient if it's called many times. It's better to create international date time format object. So new date, and then new international date time format. So date time format we can hopefully change. How do we format it? Okay, here's an options. Options equal this, and then we will I guess we're not using weekday. Year numeric. Oops. Month long. I'm just trying to see if this works. Day numeric. Okay, so now add the options after the country. Okay. Can we do short for the month? No. Doesn't say if the month can be long or short. Well, let's just try it and see. Okay. So what I'm going to do is let date equal this. New date. I think that should work. Okay, I didn't get an error, which is good. Console log date. There we go, September 10th, 2025. We need a day of the week. I guess weekday long. Hey, there we go. Wednesday, August 5th, 2025. So it's shortened a month. So that's actually the correct format. Okay. So we're doing pretty good here, I think. Let's just rename some things so it's a bit clearer. Date options. There we go. Okay, so we got our stuff here, which is great. Now we need to, we have the info, so now we need to update the UI. So let's look at our HTML, and it's going to be in the current section. So here we go, current city, Berlin, Germany. So I think I'm going to add an ID for everything that we're going to update with JavaScript. So this is going to be, I'll say DV for div, and I'll say city, country. And then we'll say ID equals DV date. Maybe we should say current date. Current date. And then while we're here, we'll do the temperature one as well. ID equals DV current temp. Okay, so let's get this. And we're going to basically load all these elements as consts. Const dv city country equals. Actually, maybe I can just duplicate what we have here. And then we'll get current date. And then the temp. There we go. So now, let's fold up that. So now we can load our, update the UI here. So the first one's going to be dv city country and I think it was text content equals city name we'll do template literals again because we want to add the comma. Country name. Okay, let's see if that works. Hey, it did work. And the date. dv current date text content equals I guess we don't need this because we're not adding a string. Actually, no, we are adding commas. Or no, we don't. Sorry. Date. There we go. Okay, cool. You know, it's kind of weird. It's like breaking onto two lines like that. I know this is bad, but what if we added a BR in there? Oops. I guess it's okay. I'm trying to think what else we could do. We could make it, if it's United States, we could shorten it to USA or US. Or we could use the country code. I think that was another option. Where is it? Address. Country code. Maybe we'll use country code. Country code. And then I think we need to make it capital letters. So let's search again. JavaScript makes string all caps. And I try to look at Mozilla Developer Network as much as possible. So 2 uppercase seems to be the way. Let's see if that works. And it does. Okay, that's good enough for me. And we have the date loading, which is awesome. And we need to get the temperature. So I think maybe we'll have to make a new function to load the weather data. Let's see, get weather data. So we'll do another thing here where we'll create a function, load weather data, and results will be the parameter, and then we'll add it under here. Function, load weather data. I'll just say data, I guess. Maybe weather. So now we can get the current temp div. Div current temp text content equals weather, and we'll have to see where in the data it is. Current temperature, weather apparent temperature. And then I guess we'll have to add the degree, we'll have to add a string literal again, I think. It's undefined. Maybe let's console log weather, just to make sure it's getting loaded, and I will uncomment it, or comment it out here. So let's see if it's getting written to the console. It is. Maybe I'm not calling this correctly. Weather.current. Oh yeah, I forgot the current part. Weather.current apparent temperature. There, that should work. There we go. I feel like they wanted to round it, maybe. I don't think we want decimals here, is my guess. So, again, because I can't remember any JavaScript off the top of my head, JavaScript, remove decimal, or round decimal to integer. We want an integer. Math.round. Okay. Let's try that. Apparent temperature. What's the syntax? Math.round, and the number goes in the parentheses. So math.round. There we go. Okay, 76. And then we have to add the degree symbol. I'm not sure if this is going to work. Let's see. No. How do we do that? JavaScript load UTC symbol? Maybe HTML symbol would be better. Here we go. Output symbols and special characters. So this needs to be inside, I think, the curly brackets. No, that's, oh, wait, that worked. Really? Oh. I don't know if that worked. I guess we could just load it here and then have the span be in there. So I'm going to move the ID to the span. Then we won't have to worry about adding the degree symbol. Okay, there we go. Looking good. Okay, so we got the current conditions. Next, we'll basically do the same thing for all the panels underneath. All right, so we're going to load the data into these 4 panels under the current conditions. So the blue box was the current weather, and now we're going to look at current conditions. So in the same way, we need to add IDs to all the elements that will get updated from our data. So the first one is feels like 18 degrees. So that's this one. Looks like I already added an ID, but since I named the other ones divs for DVs, I guess we'll name this paragraph feels like. Paragraph humidity, paragraph wind, paragraph precipitation. Okay. Now that I think about it, I don't know if you're supposed to use divs just with straight up text. Like, I wonder if they need to be paragraphs. Well, okay, I'm just gonna leave it as is, and yeah, we'll just do paragraphs for these ones. So now let's copy the elements, and again we're going to make them variables. So oops, let's duplicate. So P feels like, we'll just make that a little wider for now, and then it's probably too many, but let's just copy these. Humidity, wind, and precipitation. I think we made one too many. Okay. So now we can dynamically load the values. And where should that be? We got the weather data here, load weather data. I guess we'll just do it here too. So P feels like text content equals actually, I don't think we need the string literals anymore because we're just adding the degrees inside the HTML. Yeah. Okay, so feels like text content is going to be weather, current, apparent temperature. Oops, I did apparent temperature, I think, is the actual temperature. There should be just a temperature, I think. Where is that? Let's check the object. Current. Temperature 2M is what the first one should be. And then the apparent temperature, we might need to round that as well. 73.9. Let's check the design. Yeah, we're going to round that as well. So math round. There we go. And then add the degrees, the way it feels like. Oh, I need to do the span thing again. Move the ID into the span. There we go. Okay, humidity. I guess I'll also do the same thing here. Span. Copy the ID. I guess it's not a paragraph anymore. We'll figure out how to load that so it looks a little prettier later on. But now let's load the humidity. Weather current. Relative humidity. Okay, and then wind. Okay, so we'll have to figure out the number and also the unit. So let's check data again. Wind speed 10 meters. And then there's another item, current units, with the wind speed. Okay, so we can use that. So I'm going to make this whole thing blank. We'll leave it in the paragraph tag, pwind. Pwind text content equals weather current wind speed, and then I guess we will have to use the template literal this time because we're adding a symbol, or we're joining these variables with a space between them. Space, another template literal, and then it's going to be weather current units. Current units, wind speed. There we go. Okay. MP/H. Is that really what it says? Current units. Oh yeah, miles per hour. For kilometers, it has kilometers/hour. For miles, MPH. So basically I just need to remove the slash if it's MP/H. So I can either remove a slash from the units, which might be the easiest. Yeah, I think that's going to be the easiest way to go. So let's search for JavaScript. Remove symbol from string, or I guess character. Replace. With regular expressions. Let's see what this says. Let's just try dot, so dot replace. I don't know if it's going to work because I am not super good with regular expressions. So dot, oops. Dot replace. So I want to replace the forward slash, or actually I want to replace mp/h with mph. Let's see if that does anything. Oh, that worked. Okay. Sweet. And then precipitation. And that's going to be current precipitation space weather current underscore units precipitation. And I want it to be abbreviated to inches. Let's see what it says for if we're on Celsius. Precipitation it's already replaced, so I guess we can just replace inches with inch with in. Let's see if that works. Oh, it did work. Okay. Now let's clear this out by default also. All right, so we're not looking too bad. So that's good for the 4 panels, I think. So now we're going to do the daily forecast. So this will be different. We need to do the weather code thing. But maybe let's just load the days first. So here's daily. And now that I think about it, this is repeating, so I wonder if there's a way to loop through the days and dynamically generate the HTML in JavaScript. I think that's what we're going to have to do. Yeah, so I'm going to delete the other ones because we really just needed it when we were looking at the design. So let's do that. It's going to look strange. We just have one day. And let's first look at the data and see how the daily forecasts are given. Here's daily. And then it has an object with an array of 7 temperatures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So we definitely can use an array to, or use a loop to loop through the array in the weather code. And then we'll have to look up the weather code. I forgot to do the weather code in the blue box. Maybe we should do that first, because we can just figure out the weather code for the blue box, figure out how to do the logic for what icon to display, and then we can use that same logic in our daily and hourly forecasts. So we need to get the weather codes from the API. So let's Control F for weather code. Maybe just look for code. weather code, WMO weather interpretation code. See the table below. Okay. Kind of wish that they gave you these in the object. That's kind of funny that they don't. So it's like you have to look it up yourself. Let's just make sure they're not giving it to us. Yeah, it doesn't look like they are. Okay, so we're gonna have to basically make like an object with this. And we also need to see what icons we have in our project. Because I don't know if they have all of them. So drizzle, fog, overcast, partly cloudy, snow, storm, sunny. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 weather icons. And there's way more than that here. So basically we're going to have to, I think, make a new function. Function get weather code. And then code. So I'm just going to make some comments here. So the icons that we have are drizzle, fog, overcast, partly cloudy, rain, snow, storm, sunny. Okay, so now let's write the codes here. So drizzle is, okay, clear sky, I'm assuming is sunny. Partly cloudy and overcast. Partly cloudy. So this is going to be 1, 2, and 3. Fog is 45 and 48. Drizzle 51, 53, 55. Freezing drizzle we do not have. Rain. Freezing rain. We don't have. So freezing drizzle and freezing rain. So ideally we would have another icon for freezing rain. But just for the sake of this video, I might just put them all under rain and drizzle. Even though I know it's not perfectly accurate. So freezing rain will go under rain. There we go. So we got snow, snow grains. We'll do that too. Rain showers. We'll just put that under rain also. Snow showers. And then thunderstorm. 95, 96, 99. Wait, overcast doesn't have mainly clear, partly cloudy, and overcast. So partly cloudy is 1 and 2. 3 is going to be overcast. There we go. Okay, so I think we covered all the numbers. So at least no matter what it is, it'll have an icon associated with it. So I'm going to rename this get weather type. And it's going to receive the code, and it's going to return maybe we should have it return the name of the icon. So icon, snow, storm, sunny, etc. So I'm going to rename these. So it's just making it lowercase. Fog, overcast, partly cloudy, rain. So this is going to go into the file name. Snow, storm, and sunny. Okay. So now we need to, basically this is going to return the file name, I guess. So I should rename this function to be a little more descriptive. Get weather file name. I guess that's good enough. So now we basically need to create like a table or something where if we get, for example, code number 51, it'll return, drizzle icon-drizzle.webp. So basically any of these numbers should return drizzle. So what's the best way to do that? And again, I'm not super experienced in JavaScript, so JavaScript lookup table is, I think, what we're trying to build here. Yes, is there a simple way to create a JavaScript lookup table? I'm not sure if this is what I want, actually. JavaScript store key value. Working with objects. Let's see. Okay, so I think what we can do is, I'm just gonna try to start writing some code. So const weather codes equals, it's gonna be an object. And then in this object, we're going to store, so for example, sunny is gonna be 0. So let's see if this works. I'm just gonna add 2 just to check. And then we'll do it in number order. 1 is partly cloudy. We'll do one more, partly cloudy. Okay, so now console log. What I want to get is with the code, return weather codes. How do I get the property? Okay, I don't know if this is gonna work. .0. I don't know if property names can be numbers. Bracket notation. Okay. Do I need a dot? No, I don't need a dot. So now let's run get weather file name. No idea if this is going to work. Oh, it did. Sunny. Okay. Is this the best way of doing things? I have no idea. But at least now I know that this table does work. So, code. Get weather file name 0. Let's see if that still works. Okay. Let's try 1. All right. Well, that was easier than I thought it was going to be. So now let's just make the rest of this table. So we did 1, 2. Let's move these so they're in number order. Okay, 45 is fog. .48 is also fog. And then 51 drizzle. 53, 55, 6, 7. I don't know if there's a better way of doing this. And then rain is a whole bunch of things. 61, rain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 61, 63, 65, 66, 67, 80, 81. 82. Okay. And then snow. I'm going to move these down here because I can't see them anymore. 71 snow. Okay, and then 95 storm. Cool. Okay, so I think we are good here for our little weather code lookup. Let's just try. 57 should be drizzle. I'm pretty sure it'll work. All right. What happens if we do a number that's like nothing? Undefined. Okay, so what we actually want to do is let file name equal what was it? Icon dash rain.wp. Icon dash weather codes code dot webp, and then return file name. Okay, so icon partly cloudy webp. That seems good. Okay, so now we want to load the, we got the weather file name correctly, so now we need to, next we need to load the image in the blue box, which is here, this image, the current icon. So I think we'll need to do this dynamically, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so that'll be next. Okay, so right now for our daily forecast, I did delete the other days, but I might add them back in just so we can have at least blank squares before the data gets loaded. So I'm going to make a new div, give it a class of block, daily day, and then duplicate it. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. And we want to be able to load the data in each of these individual days. So I'm going to make an ID div forecast day, I guess, 1. Then add it here and then update the numbers so they're all unique. Okay. Now we have the blanks, and then we'll load the data as we get it. And I'm just leaving the first one kind of to be a reference so we know what the ending markup should look like. So now let's go into our JavaScript, and we need to loop through our daily forecast data. So here's the weather object, and we had used the current weather already and current units, but now we need to look at the daily. So in the daily, it has temperature max, temperature min, time, which looks like just the date, and then weather code. And we should be able to get the day of the week from this using a date format thing. So right now in our code, we're getting all the weather data from the API. When we get the result, we are loading the weather data in this load weather data function. And right now we've only added the current weather. And just to break things up, I might create a new function for the daily forecast data to keep it separate. So function load daily forecast, and we'll have weather as the parameter the same way we did with the other one. And we're going to run this the same way we did the current weather. And I might actually rename load weather data to load current weather, like that. So trying to keep the naming kind of consistent. Okay. So now we have our load daily forecast function, and it's loading the weather result. So let's create a variable. So we need to load all the days. So daily. And what do I want to name this? This is basically all the days. We'll just say days. Let days equal weather dot daily. Daily. Now we need to loop through these. So I think you can do something like for day in days kind of thing. I'm not sure. You can probably tell I'm not super knowledgeable about this. Let loop. Or let's see, loops and iteration. MDN. So this is a traditional for loop. We could do that, but I feel like there was one for in. Let's try that. For variable and object. For something I in object. And then for of. I think maybe we'll do this one, for I in object. So I actually wasn't super off. Hopefully that's right. For day in days. So that's going to load the Wait, weather daily is days. And the daily object contains a temperature. So actually, this may not be the right thing. We might need to use an index, because we need to get the, for example, the first item in each of the temperature max, temperature mins, time, and then weather code. So we will do I don't know if days is actually the right word we want to do here. Let daily. Okay, so let I equals 0, because we start with 0, and then until I is less than 7. So for 7 days, it goes from 0 to 6, and then I plus plus to increment it. So now, daily, let's say let day equals daily dot, I can't remember the field. Let's just comment this out for now. I don't know why this style sheet thing is not working. I think it's a bug in the live server. Okay, so daily, and let's start by just getting the time. Daily dot time index of I. So this will start from 0 and go to 6, which is what we want. Then I'll just do a quick console log to test day. Okay, so sweet. That's working. Now let's check what we need it to say Tuesday. So we just need to get the day of the week. So how do we get the day of the week from the date? JavaScript get day of week from date. Okay, MDN says get day. Okay, so dot get day. Let's try that. Let's add it here. Get day. Oops. And let's see if this works. Okay, it says it's not a function. Not a function, so so birthday is the date. Get day. Oh, I think I didn't, because it's just a string of like this. So we need to convert this to a date object first. So I think if we do new date, and then make this into a date, and I have no idea if that was right. Okay. So it looks like the numbers are right, but I want to get the name. Oh yeah, international date time format. Okay, new international date time format. So what is Valentine's? Valentine's is this date. Okay. So then I need to format the date in there. I'm going to copy this. And I think we need to do it inside the loop. So, okay. I don't know if this is good, but I'm just gonna put the options inside here just to save on lines. Okay, so now we want to, instead of Valentine's, we want it to be the date. So let's make this first. We'll say date. And then format the date. I don't know if that's okay. So I guess we'll see if the log has the days of the week now. Okay, so Wednesday worked. Although it's happening 7 times. The numbers are changing. Theoretically, the day of the week should change, right? Okay, I don't know if this is silly, but I might make a small function just to return the day of the week because I think we need to do that for other parts of the site. And actually we did return day of the week on the current weather. Let me see how I did that. Current date. So where did I adjust this? Text content equals date here. Oh, here we go. So I'm going to make a new function to return the day of the week, and we need the ability to have it either be the long day of the week or the shortened day of the week. Function get day of week, and we'll pass in a date. So I guess it would be date, and then I want to make another parameter to be either long or short. Length. Maybe we'll say day length. And then we will copy, or I guess we'll just move this up here. And then move that in there. And this is what we're going to return. So get day of week. It's going to do this with the date. And then long. I think we want to say weekday long. weekday length. Okay, let's see if that worked. Actually looked like it did work, which is good. Okay, sweet. So now we can use these. Actually, I didn't pass in the thing here, weekday length. Now let's see if it works. Oh, it did. So now we can use this function to return the short day of the week. So let's go back to our console. Now, new international date time format. What did I use for that? Did I use new international date time format? Yes, I did. So that seems to be the easiest way to format dates. Okay, so hold on. This is not just get day of week, it's actually returning the whole date. So actually, I need to get the whole date and then pull the day out of that, I think. So I think that function I made may not be able to work for both cases. Okay, so this may not be good code. So right now we're getting the get day. I mean, I guess I could create like a lookup table again to correspond it, but I feel like that functionality is already in the date time format thing, so I feel like yeah. Let's see how this looks. Okay, wait, this actually did work. Because I set weekday to long. So I guess whatever you have in the options, it'll show up, it'll give you. So for example, if I add the year to that, will it load the year and the weekday? Yeah, it will. Okay. So, cool. Okay, so we got the day. Actually, we want it to be short. There we go. So now instead of console logging it, let's create a new variable. So let day of week equal that. Maybe I should move this back into the current weather. Can't remember where I put it. So you can see where I tried to call this function. Oops. Here we go. In load location data. So let's move this stuff all back. And then this is the new date. I think that's good now. This one wanted to be long. Okay, I think we're good now. So let's delete that function. And now we have the day of week, and we want to load that in our site for that day. So in the first one, we want to load it in DV forecast day 1. So, oops, I'm going to try to hard code it first, just to make sure we get the functionality right. So, let div day equal document query selector ID there. So we're going to hard code it with the hard coded number first. So dv day actually, which one do we want to adjust? Daily day title here. So we want to find the daily day title element that's a child of the DV forecast day 1. So in our selector, we'll do that. DV day text content equals day of week. So now let's see if that worked. I'll just leave this big. Didn't seem like it worked. DV forecast day 1, daily day title. Let's console log this just in case. So it is returning the correct day. I feel like it's not updating the UI. My selector seems correct. Yeah. I'm going to copy this line and just try to run it in the browser. Oh my gosh. Okay. So it looks like it's selecting the correct thing. So that code does work. And there's no error that I can see. I guess it's ending on Tuesday, so maybe that's why it is actually getting updated. Let's make this blank. Okay, so it was working. It just ended up, the 7th day is Tuesday, which is the same day as the hard-coded the hard-coded day, so that's why it looked like nothing was changing. Okay. So the day works, which is good. Now the problem is we are hard coding the number here. So I actually want to have this be the index. And I think I need to do another string template literal. So $, curly brackets, I. Not working. It's probably an error. Let's see. DV day is null. I wonder if you cannot can you use a variable in a query selector, I guess is my question. So that works. So now I'm going to try something. Let I equal Friday, just to make it different. And then here we'll try to load it in I. It's not a valid selector. Do I need the backticks? So how, it looks like I can't use code in a selector, which is a little bit annoying. I guess I could loop through all of them based on the CSS class for the daily day. But just out of curiosity, I want to see if it really is just not possible to use a variable in a query selector. Use variable in query selector. You have to use a CSS escape function. What if I did something like can I do that? It doesn't seem to be working. The CSS escape seems weird. Okay. Yeah, I might just do the query selector all to get the list of all elements, but I really just want to figure out if, just for my own knowledge, if you can use variables or not inside query selector. Wait, here. You're escaping it with a hashtag. Okay, let's try that. So originally we were doing a template literal with I. What was the syntax? They did backtick and then hashtag. And I guess the hashtag goes before the $sign. So backtick and then hashtag? Yeah. Well, it did get the 0. Actually, I'll need to add 1 to it. I plus 1. See if that works. And you can't really see that. Wait, this does seem correct. DV forecast day 1. Oh wait, hashtag. So if I delete that, then what's going to happen? So it was loading the 1 when I had the hashtag in front of it. Just so you can see this better. So it loads the number 1, which is the correct index. But then it has this hashtag here. But if I delete the hashtag, oh wait, it says DV day is null. I think that's a different error. Line 81. Comes from 143. Get geodata. Can't access property text content DV day. Here. So the document query selector for DV day is returning null. So I don't know what it is trying to select. Let's try console logging this, I guess. So it is returning daily day title. So why is DV day? DV day is null. I don't know what's going on. It does seem to be returning. So this code, document query selector, DV forecast day, I plus 1, daily day title does seem to be working because it's returning a daily day title element. But then it's null. Oh, maybe because they don't exist in the other days. Oh my gosh. Okay, so here's where, do I want to either duplicate the markup or do I want to generate it via JavaScript? I don't think it matters that much. Maybe just for fun, we'll try to generate it with JavaScript. So basically we need to figure out a way to generate a paragraph with the class daily day title in JavaScript. So where do we want to do that? Before the text content. So dynamically generate paragraph with class of daily day title. Okay. That was, I don't know why that was so hard. So let's go back to our search. Dynamically generate HTML element. And this is 14 years ago, so we need to figure out a newer way to do this maybe. Maybe let's look at this answer and then figure out, like, look up in the MDN to see if there's a better way or newer way of doing this. This, I feel like inner HTML you're not really supposed to use because it's like a security risk or something. Okay, this one is a link to MDN. Oops. Maybe create. Oh, wait, hold on. Create element. Okay, let's see. This will create a new div and insert it before element with ID div1. Okay. Add element. Create a new div element. Const new div document create element div. Give it some content. Create text node. Okay, let's try this. So I'm gonna right now add the code here in the for loop, but I might have to make it into a new function to keep things a little bit neater. So create new day of week, and this is a paragraph. Give it some content. The content's supposed to be DV day. Add the text node to the newly created div. And then add the newly created element and content into the DOM. And right now it's doing insert before, but maybe there is, what I want to do is create it inside the DV forecast day 1. So I wonder if there's another method that I could use. Document body insert adjacent element. Insert adjacent element. Inside the target element before its first child. This kind of seems like a lot of work. I wonder if just for my case, it might be better to generate or, you know, hard code all the HTML. But let's try this for a little bit more, just because I think it's kind of interesting. So what are the other options? Insert before. So insert before seems to be the only. Insert a node before a reference node as a child of the specified parent node. So I guess the parent node could be, so it could be let day, dv day. I did that already. Forecast day equals this. So if I insert this, there, what's going to happen? Child to insert before is not a child of this node. So I think what I need to do is there needs to be a child div inside forecast day 1 that I can insert this before. So it's kind of a weird, like, thing. Let me try reading up a little bit more and see. This actually seems after begin just inside the target element. Insert adjacent element. Let's try that. Document body insert adjacent element. And then position and element. So I want to do position after begin inside the target element. Inside here. So let's see if that works. Okay, I didn't get an error, which is new. Let's see. Wait, I think my code is not, I didn't update it fully. I don't need that. So here's the paragraph. I'm creating new content. create text node. Why did I do DV day? DV day is the title. That's not right. That needs to be... Where did I set the actual day of the week? I think it's this. So this is what I want the content to be, not this. So I'm not sure if this is generating anything. So we need to look in our source code. And there's nothing in daily forecast. That's definitely not right. Let's try reloading. So it deleted everything. If I comment out the inserting. Okay, so that's what seemed to be. Insert adjacent element seems to be deleting everything. Oh, insert it into the body. Okay, so document body insert adjacent element. I'm doing some syntax wrong. It's so hard learning new things. Okay. Insert adjacent element method of the element interface inserts a given element node at a given position relative to the element it's invoked on. So it takes position, a string representing the position relative to the target element. So I thought the target element was the element, but actually I think the target element is the one that you are running insert adjacent element on. So that's why it got inserted into the body. So actually what I want to do is target the forecast day 1 div. And that is this div, which I thankfully have saved. So here, okay, let's see if that works. Oh, hey, something got inserted. Sweet. Okay. I learned something. Now, it didn't insert the day, so we still kind of have a problem here. So here's forecast day 1. It does have daily day title, but I think that's because it's here already. So I'm going to try to comment all this out. And I have an error. Insert adjacent element. The new child is an ancestor of the parent. I think I just want to run this on the first case, so I'm just going to say let I equal 0, just so we're not trying to loop through stuff, because I think that might be adding some additional complexity here. Okay. So we're still getting the error, which is fine. I want to remove the console logging that I have here. here. Okay, so we are getting the correct day of week, so I might comment this out as well. So the null is, I think, query selector I+1. So dv day is, I think, returning null or something like that. Yeah. Let's try hard coding this. And this is returning null because there's nothing in here. So that actually does make sense. So yeah, it is returning the correct forecast day. So what I need to do is generate it first. So right now, I need to generate it before I can call it, basically. So I think I actually just want to delete these. So I'm generating the paragraph here, giving it some text content. Then I want to add the node to the new div, to new day of week. Okay. I think that's should be working. Oops. And then add the newly created element into the DOM. So let's save this, and we want to dv forecast day. I don't think I can call it because I'm inserting it in the dv forecast day, but I think I'm doing the wrong syntax. The second parameter is this element to be inserted into the tree. So that should be the new day of week, I think. There. Okay, no errors. Let's check out the code. And daily, here's daily forecast. All right, here's the div. Hey, and we have our paragraph. Okay, so that is working, which is great. And I also want to give this a class. Set attribute. Class. Daily day dash title. And this should add the correct class. Daily forecast day 1, and here we go, daily day title. And it is getting loaded. Sweet. Now I think I can delete the comments since I kind of understand what's happening. So this created the paragraph and then inserted it into the element. Now I need to create a bunch of other elements, and I feel like it might be good to have a function, like a helper function that can do that, and I would just pass in as parameters the element, so like paragraph, and then the class I want to give to it, and then the content. So we'll have to think about that for the other ones. I guess I could try that right now. Function, add daily element. And then we're adding in the element. I'll call this the tag. Tag, class, content. Oops. New content. And parent. Maybe class name. So we'll do this new element, document, create element, tag, and then I'm basically just copying this stuff. So new element, set attribute, class, and then class name. And then new content, document create text node, content. And then new day of week, that should be new element. Oops. Append child with new content, and then parent. Maybe we'll say parent element. Insert adjacent. And we may need to change this, but we'll just do that. I guess we could do position. And then parent, or no, new element. So now we should be able to comment this out and instead call this function add daily element. And then P, class name is going to be daily day title. Content will be day of week. Parent element will be forecast day, DB forecast day. And then position will be after begin. So now this should achieve the same thing. Let's see what happens. Oh my gosh, it worked. Nice. Okay. So since that works, I'm going to delete this code and we'll say add paragraph, or we'll just say add content. And then we'll run this function multiple times for the other elements. So it might get more complicated with like the image, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so I think that's good for now. I'm going to take a little break and we'll get back to this. Okay, so we were able to dynamically generate the paragraph tag inside the forecast. Now we want to do the image tag. So here's our function add daily element, and let's duplicate what we had to create the paragraph tag. Now let's try to create the image tag. And then the class of this is daily day icon. And then What's day of week? That's the content. The image tag doesn't need any content, so I'll try an empty string. Parent element is the same, and then after begin, that position I think needs to be different. Okay, so before we had after begin to create the paragraph inside the forecast. Now we want to do, I think, before end after the last child, which in this case would just be after the paragraph. So let's try that. So let's see what ends up happening here. There's no error, which is good. Okay, so here's forecast day 1. Create a daily day title, which is good. And then it did create the image. There's a closing image tag. My guess is that is the content here. So basically, I don't want it to have the closing image tags. I feel like that's not valid HTML. Maybe it is, but I am going to add a condition where if content is an empty string, then it will not sort of add this text node here. So if content is not empty, then we do want to create the, we do want to create the node. Oh, let's move this up before it. Then we do want to create the text node and append the child like that. So let's check this now. So here's a paragraph, and here's the image. It has a class and it doesn't have a the closing image tag. So I think we are good. Okay. Now for the image, we need to add like the source and stuff. So maybe we'll add another if statement. If tag equals img, then new element, set attribute source, and this is going to be the file name that we generated. So we'll create another variable. So let file name equal, and then, or I guess file path rather. We'll just copy that to start. And then we want to replace rain with the weather code. And then file, let's change this to file path. There we go. So now we need to figure out a way to use a template literal to load the name of the weather code in there. And where was that? I think we didn't pull it yet, so let's think about this. Do we want to pass in the weather code as a parameter? When we're generating this? I'm trying to think what other data we're going to have to load for the other elements. Like we will have to also load the degrees. So should we load, like create an object to load the data that we need. Let's think about this. Now I guess the content would be the temp. So this would be considered the content. So we would load that here when we run the function for the high and low temps. The image is a little different because we have the file path. I think we'll just pass it in as another parameter. So we're going to make another parameter after content, a file path. And then it's going to be empty. There. So it's after content. So this is going to be the content, which is empty and images, and then we want the file path. So we're going to have to load it as a variable. Image file path equals basically what we had down here, I think. So I'm actually going to replace that here. And then here's where we're going to load the weather code. So where's the weather code from the object? We're going to need to, I think, uncomment the weather object here, I think. No, that was current weather. Let's load result. Whoops. Insert adjacent element. It's not a function. Wait, I thought that was working. Just comment that out for now while we figure out where the weather is coming from. Not sure where this is coming from. Okay, let's focus on getting the weather code for the day. So daily, temperature, max, min, and weather code. Okay, so daily weather code. Wait, we need to use that function to get the actual description. Get weather file name. Okay, so that should be the file path, and then we will add it here. Okay, this feels kind of complicated, but I guess it's better than creating all these different elements. So, file path there. All right, let's see if this works. Actually, let's uncomment this. It's undefined. did I use this for the current? Oh, have I not used this yet? This function? Oh, I got the file name ready, so I should actually change this to file path. Because I don't need to add the file path again. There. And then here's where we'll add it. Assets. Assets, images. There. Okay. So this should work now. It's undefined, so something's wrong with how we are doing this. Get weather file path code. So this might not be working. Let's comment this out and let's double check this. It should be daily weather code. I think that might have been, I might not have set that correct. So weather daily weather code. And then I forgot the I. So I think this should work now. Let's try again. Okay, there's no error, which is good. Let's go to our markup. Forecast day 1. Here's daily day title. Here's the image. Oh, and it's loading. Sweet. All right. Now we also need to add the alt text. And that's going to have to be dynamic as well. So I want to get the file path for the whole image, but I also want to get the file, like the weather file description. So this is a little bit annoying, but get weather code name. Okay. So here's where we're gonna load the actual path. And it's gonna be assets, images. So that's the image file path. And we're changing this to the code name. Let's just change this to return weather codes. And we don't need the template literal anymore. So this is just going to return the description here. So then we can reuse this for the alt text. So let's make sure this didn't mess up anything in our code. Looks like it did. Okay, assets images overcast. So I think I forgot to add the file name again. Here we go. I think it was icon drizzle or whatever dash web p. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. go. Okay, good. So now let's do the alt text. Instead of making the whole file path the parameter, maybe we'll make the weather code. Yeah, let's do that. There. And then we're gonna copy this and instead of file path, this will be weather code name, and then weather code name. And here's where we'll paste the string. Weather code name. There we go. And then we will make this just the code name without the file path. Okay, so since we made a change, let's make sure we have no errors, which it looks like. And let's check our forecast. Okay, so image source is still loading, which is good. Now, let's add the weather code name in the alt text. So, new element, set attribute, alt, and this is going to be weather code name. Here we go, so overcast. Okay, and we also want to set the width and height to be 320. Width of, I don't know if this is a string or not. It's probably a string. 320 and height of 320. And here's the image tag, and looks pretty good. All right. Now, what's next? We want to create daily day temps div and then create paragraphs in there. So I might just create, would it be more complicated to use the function to create an empty div? Let's just try this. I'll create a div. This should be after the image. The class is daily day temps. Now, content is empty string. Weather code name is also empty string, parent element, and then want it to be before begin. Okay, so let's make sure it's creating the div. Daily paragraph, image, and then daily temps, which is good. Okay, great. Then we'll create a paragraph inside the daily temps. And I'll have to create this as a variable, I think. dv daily temps. hopefully this will run after it's created. So now we want to append the paragraph to the daily day temps. And the class of that one is going to be daily day high. So let's just make sure this works. Here's daily day temps, and it has a paragraph. Sweet. Okay. And it made the day of the week as a content, so let's, while we're here, make the other one daily day low. And I think we can maybe delete these since I think we're good now. Okay. So let's make sure both paragraphs got added. Daily day temps. Here we go. Daily day low and daily day high. Before end. Low should be the second one. High and low. Okay, sweet. Okay, and now we want to load the content, which is the third parameter. Daily high equals daily. We need to look at the console to get the correct property path. So it's going to be daily. Oh, wait a second. Oh yeah, daily temperature 2M max. And then I index. And I think this is correct, so we'll just add the, oops, wrong way. Daily low. And I'm pretty sure it's called min. Yeah, min. So now in the daily temps, we want to set the content to be, and I guess we should add the degree symbol. How do we do that for the current weather? I think we added it in the HTML. So I might try just getting degree symbol. And just copying it. And then we'll just add that instead of doing a template literal this time. Okay, and then for daily high, the content is going to be daily high and then daily low. All right, so now, moment of truth. Let's see, no errors, which is good. And daily day temps, here we go, 26 and 16.7. So I think we need to round them down. So math round, I think that's all we need. Math round. Okay. All right, 26 and 17. So there we go. We got everything loaded for the Wednesday. I feel like this seems a little bit tall. Let's see what's going on here. Is that the right width? Yeah, 60. Let's check the grid. Let's zoom in so you can see better. Yeah, it doesn't seem wrong. Wednesday, the cloud is there. 23. Okay. I think that's okay. So we got our day loading, which is pretty awesome. Now we need to do it for the other days. So let's uncomment the for loop, save, and hopefully we won't have any errors, which looks like we don't. Actually, let's just check the website. I think that's faster. Whoa. What did I do here? It's all getting added to the first day. Wait, why do I have I equals 0 in there? Oh, that was hard-coded. Okay, maybe that will fix it. Okay. Everything except the temperature is getting added correctly. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. So for some reason it's adding it to... Let's check the markup. There's obviously something very strange happening. So daily day temps. So everything's getting added to daily day temps in there. Daily day temps. So the daily day temps is getting added, but the highs and lows are getting added like to the only the first one for some reason. Wait. Should it be I plus 1? No, I plus 1 is just for the div number. When we're pulling it from the data, we do want to start from 0. So this is in the loop. Do I need to declare the variables outside of the for loop? Oh, here we go. Let daily temps. That is not correct. I need to make the parent this. Because it's just finding the first daily day temps otherwise. Okay, that should fix it, I think. Let's check out the site. Hey! Nice! Oh, yeah. Alright. Ah, that was very satisfying. Okay, so we got the daily forecast working. Now we need to do the hourly forecast, and this is going to be a little more complicated because we are going to have the ability to choose a day, and then it's going to give you the hourly forecast for that. And I think what I'm going to do is we're going to start maybe just by pulling all the data that we need for the hourly forecasts in our JavaScript first, and then we'll worry about, updating the UI. So load daily forecast. Let's make a new function, maybe under add daily element. Load hourly forecast. And we're probably going to have to do some loops. One loop is going to be, an outer loop is going to be looping through the days. And then in that loop, there will be another loop to loop through the hourly data. So to start off, let's just look at the data that we're getting back from here. So we got hourly. So in the hourly, we have temperature, time, and weather code. So temperature. So this is going to be an array, and it looks like there's 168 items for each one of these, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so here's the temperature. So this is going from 0 to 99. Oh, then there's more. So 167 items. And for each one, this is the temperature. And it doesn't say if it's min or max. Let's just check really quick the design. Okay, so it's just the temperature. And then, so this is the temperature, and then the order is going to match the time, I'm assuming. So this is September 11th starting at midnight. So depending on the day that it is, it's going to show you starting from midnight. So September 11th all the way till the last item is going to be 11 o'clock. And then it's going to start the next day. Okay, so the thing is this is literally 24 hours of data for each day, which is a lot. And on the design, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. So, I mean, we could just add more hours to show, all 24 hours. Let's just double check the brief just to see if there's any details on what they actually were looking for. Okay, it just says view an hourly forecast showing temperature changes throughout the day. So I think we're just going to keep it simple, and we're just going to load all the data that they have. So we'll load 24 items for each one, however many that is. Now, we are going to start by looping through the days, I think. So in the time, it's just giving us the date and then the time. So we need to figure out where we want to pull the days from. We could do kind of our own thing where we start from the current day and have the next 7 days. I think that might be the best solution. And then we'll, for each day, then we'll loop through the hourly info. So, to load the hourly, we want to, let's think about this. I'm just trying to figure out if I want to pull the current date info from elsewhere in here, because for example, daily, in the daily object, it tells you the days. But we could also just start from the current day, which might be a little bit simpler, so maybe we'll do that. Okay, so load hourly. I don't think we need to pass anything in, so we're going to say let current day equal new date. I can't remember the international thing that we were doing. New international datetime format. Let's try to think if we should declare this variable outside of the... No, I think you can't do that because it has to be inside the code block, right? Okay, I'm just going to try to declare this outside here. Let's change this name to current date. So then we'll declare it up here with the other consts. I think we can create it as a const. So now let's just make sure this didn't break anything. Oops. Oh, date options. That was for the current date. Okay, let's just have a separate one. I could create a helper function, but I think that might just be a little too much. Okay, so it's working. So let's just do this again. And we'll add this inside our new function. So international datetime format is the way to go. Now, what do we want? We want the current date in the format, I think, to match the hourly time, like that. So we want this format. I'm just going to copy this so we can remember what we are looking for. Okay, so I want to customize the format, I think. I think month should be numeric. Oops. And then day of the week, we don't care. Let's just console log this. Now, let's look at the datetime format documentation. Where are we? International datetime format constructor, maybe? So if we do this ENUS, it gives us that. But I kind of want a custom format. So this style options, full, long, medium, short. Not seeing anything about customization. JavaScript International date time format customize. Five years ago. This one is like pulling out each part. That seems like a lot. Let's try this free code camp. When was this written? 2023. Okay. Custom date formatting. Okay, this might be what we need. Get date. Okay, so we can use get full year, get date, get month. And that's using it on a date object, but I wonder if you can just do it on the, does it matter? Let's run load hourly forecast. Along with the other functions, we'll just do that here. Okay. So here's the date. So I wonder if I can do current date, get month. That's on new date object. So I'm gonna comment this out. Oops, what the heck? Cur date equals new date. Let cur date equal new date. So let's see if get month works now. It does. And I think I need to add a 0. Is there a thing to add a leading 0 if it is one digit? Let's find out. JavaScript and leading 0 if one digit. Pad start. So pad start 2 digits, and then to pad it, use that. So, okay. That's pretty much what we want. We'll say let month equal okay. Whoops. Did the syntax wrong. String. Oh, it's not a string. JavaScript. Is there a toString function or method? Let's see. Current date get month to string. Okay, that worked. And then we need the day. Or date, I guess you could say. Maybe we'll just copy what we had. Current date, get date. Oh crap. Where were we? We'll do a template literal again. So month dash, actually we need the year first, but let's just do that. Date. And let's check that. Okay. And then year. Year. Get full year. And we don't need to pad that. Okay. All right. And then we need to add the time. Let's double check what we're getting from the weather data. So it's basically every hour from 0 to 23. So maybe first I want to return the 7 days as a date. So I need to figure out how to get 7 days in advance, or like JavaScript current date plus days. How to add days to date. This was, what year was this made? 2009 edited. This was edited 2023. How does this work? Add days. And it does set date. Date plus number of days. Let's look up set date. MDN set date. Wait, what does this do? Changes the day of the month. Changes the day of the month for this date according to local time. Okay. So it's date, and then the set date method, and then the number of days ahead. Is that the same thing? Where was I? Yeah. So result is the date, and then set date. With a number of days ahead. So I think I'm going to have to add a loop here for for let I equal 0, I is less than 7, increment I, and here's where we're going to loop through the dates. So we want to create the date. Maybe we should start with I of 1. So let next date equal current date dot set date I. So then let's console log next date. Okay. So hopefully this will return. Okay, so it does seem like it's returning stuff. And maybe we will move this into the day loop. Okay, cool. So it looks like that's working actually. So this is going to give us the days. Wait a minute. Why is it August 1st? Let's console log the new date. Console log current date. So it is getting the current date, but for some reason I must have done set date wrong. Let's comment this out. Let's hard code some stuff. Console log current date set date numeric value equal to the day of the month. Wait, I'm doing something wrong. Set date result get date. I didn't do that. Oh, get date is getting the day of the month. So what do I have to do? Set date. Oh my gosh. What does set date do again? Set date changes the day of the month. So I want to set date to change a day of the month, and then getting the current date plus days. Okay. So set date will change the date. That makes sense. Okay. So set date changes the date, but I want to change current date, get date, because I need to get the day, plus I. So I think that should work. Or sorry, let's just do plus 1. And then format it so I can read it. This is getting very long. Okay, so it did add the day. Good. So now let's uncomment this. And what did we want to do? Current date, set date. So in set date, we need to add current date, the date of the current date, plus I. Okay. Let's comment these out. Okay. For some reason we're in August. What's going on there? Let's console log the next date. And we want this to be current date or next date. Okay, I think I'm just like writing crazy stuff. So why it's adding really strange things here. It's adding 2 days. Okay, what I want to try to do is console log this. Okay, let's comment this out. Make sure we are getting the next day working. It's increasing by 2, then 3. Okay. Am I changing the value of current date? I'm like really confused here. I know this is dumb. What if I just change this to 1? Okay. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay. That works. But I do want to include the current date, so let's start at 0. It should be today. So September 11th plus 0. Why is this so hard? So what is happening here? So right now it's looping 7 times, which is what we want. And it's staying on the current date because I didn't add anything. So what I want is the first result to be the current date. If I change this to I, wait, oh, now it is loading the first one. 11th, 12th, 14th. Okay. I don't get it. Like, why does it keep increasing? Oh, I guess it's in, oh yeah, it is increasing. But it should be increasing the number of days from the current date. So that's what I don't understand. Maybe I need to declare next date outside. Let next date. And then we'll set it inside the loop. Still increasing too much. So I think the problem here is maybe I don't understand how set date is working. So that didn't do anything. So let's just bring it back in. So if I don't add anything, it should just be the current day 7 times, which is the case. Okay. And then if I add 1, what happens? So now it does increase by 1. And that's because I don't know something's getting incremented. Like it's like saving the next date and then adding 1 to the next date. So I think what I want to do is test what the current date is each loop. Just because I'm not sure what's going on. What? Wait, is that console logging? Okay. So it's like incrementing the current date. So maybe when I do set date, it's actually changing the value of current date. So let's initialize it inside the loop. So it makes a new date every time. Whoops. So now it's creating a new date every time because I only added 1. So now let's try I. Okay, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's make sure the hours are working. So it goes until the 17th. 15th, 16th, 17th. Okay. Oh, that was hard. So what was going on there? I think the set date was saving and then it was incrementing on top of that. That's why it kept going up too much. So by declaring the current date as the today's date every loop, it'll make sure the current date doesn't change. Okay. Wait, it's console logging current date. What happens if I console log next date instead of current date? It's so confusing. Okay, it's the same. So it's changing current date. So I technically don't need this to be a variable. Will that cause an error? There we go. So we can just keep everything current date. Okay. So basically this is literally changing the value of current date. Okay. So now we have the days working. And now we're creating them as strings so that we can match the format here. So now inside the day loop, we need to have another loop. Let h equal 0. H less than or equal to 23. So we're tracking the hours now. Oops, h. And or do I need two equal signs? No. So now we want to loop through the hours. This is just returning the hour number. For each day. Wait, why is this August? Oh my gosh. Why is it going down? What's happening? Okay. So we got September 11th, but then on the string, it's generating August 11th. So why is that happening? Get month to string. It thinks it's August. I'm really confused here. So new date, get month. So get month, maybe it's because it's starting from 0. How do I add 1 to this? Oh my gosh. Get month. I feel like that's not going to work. So why is get month like 1 month early? JavaScript get month. Zero indicates the first month of the year. Get month, add, oh yeah, everyone is looking this up, +1. How do I add a number to get month? Get month +1 and put it in parentheses. Get month +1, thank you. Okay, oh my gosh, that was really hard. Okay, so back to the hours. So, it should be outputting 0 to 23 for every day. So, yep, 0 to 23, that's good. Let's comment this out again. And then we want to format it to match this. I guess we don't need this anymore. Or maybe we do. So it's going to be T for time, and then the hours, and then the minutes. So maybe this should be a helper function, like get hours, and then it just returns the number of hours. Get hours. This seems really ridiculous. Okay. So basically, hold on. How do I want to do this? I think I do need the loop, the nested loop, to loop the number of times. So what am I trying to do here? So once I have the strings like formatted like that, then for each one I can get the index of the different hourly, datas. So for example, where are we? In the time, this will be index 0. So then I know it'll be like that. This is kind of complicated. So what do I need to do to load the data? Let's write this in pseudocode. So I need to get all the individual hours. So why do I need to do that? Can't I just start from 0? Well, it's because I need to choose the day. So for each day, I need to retrieve the hours. So for each of these 7 days, I need to retrieve the 23 hours indexes. I'm wondering if it might be more efficient to, every time you're loading the weather data, to pull basically to make an object for each day. An hour. So it would be something like day would be like, this. And then it would, hold on, what would it be? Now the day would be like this. Name. And then hours. And then in hours it would be like 0. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing, but it would be something like max temp would be 75. Min temp would be 60. Weather code, we'll just say code, would be, whatever, 23 or whatever it was. So then, and then this would, for each hour it would be like this, from 0 to 23. And then at least, it would be maybe like this instead. The hours would go inside the day. Like that. This is probably formatted not correctly. There we go. So something like that, where each day would be an object, which would contain an hours object, which would contain each hour here. So is it worth to try to create a new object from this JSON data, or is it better to just kind of go by the index numbers? I'm not really sure. So basically the problem is we need to figure out what index numbers we need to pull from all these hourly things. So for example, the first from 0 to 23 would be for the first day, and then 24 to 40, 48 or 47 or whatever would be the second day. So I'm just going to comment this out. So basically, I'm just writing notes again. So day 1, hours would be 0 to 23. Day 2, hours would be 24 through 47, something like that. Day 3, so it would just keep increasing. Zero plus 23 is 23, and then 24 plus 23 is 47. 48 plus 23 is 71. $72 plus 23 is 95. And then 96 plus 23 is 119. And then 120 plus 23 is 143. And then 144 plus 23 is 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. See if that matches. 168. So I think that's right. It goes from 0 to 167. Yep. Okay. So we could just use these indexes to pull from each one. So if we have a starting hour index, then we can add 23 to that for each day. So that might be overall simpler than trying to convert the data to an object and like organizing it and stuff. Okay, so if you've been watching this, you may figure this out already, but I just realized that this whole thing that I was doing where I was trying to output the year-month-date is completely unnecessary. And this just happens sometimes. You start going down a rabbit hole because you think that's the right way to go, but then you realize that you have kind of gotten tunnel vision into the thing that you're trying to do, as opposed to figuring out the sort of big picture thing first and then using that to tell you what, path you should take. So what I sort of forgot about was that in order to pull the hourly data, everything is about the index. So if you look at the time object here, or the array, I suppose you could say, I was looking at these date times and I was thinking I needed to use them to figure out, what of the temperature items I should pull. But in actuality, it's really all just about the order of things. So I did start kind of going down the right path at the end, to figure out, you know, day 1 is going to be items index 0 to 23 and so on. So this is really what I need in order to retrieve the correct hourly data. I do not need this at all. So I'm going to comment this out. I'm not going to delete it, just on the very off chance I do end up needing something like that, so that at least I already have it kind of saved. But basically, let's think about this. So to get the hours for day 0, the first day, I basically need to go into hourly. Let's just say we're just getting the temperature, okay? And then I need to retrieve the first 23 items in here. And for day 1, it's going to be item 24 to 47. So inside this loop, which is, you know, the 7 days, and then I think I don't need this either. So for each of the 7 days, I need to get the indexes. So I think the first step would be to basically just write to the console the index that I need. So let's look at this. When for the first day, I is going to be 0. So what I could do is when I equals 0, let's write a comment to write some notes here. When I equals 0, we want to retrieve the index 0 through 23. And can we calculate that? That would be basically I plus, so the first one would be I, first hour would be I, last hour, or we should say 23rd hour, would be I plus 23. Now that's for day 0, I would be 0, and then for the first hour, and then the last hour would be I plus 23 is 23. Now I need to see if this formula would work for day 2. So when I equals 1, I think we need to multiply something. So it would be, if I equals 1, it would be 20, I think 24 actually, because it goes up by 24 every time. 24 times I. So let's try that again. So 24I. So when I equals 0, it's going to be 0 for the first hour. And then to get the day 2 first hour, it would be 24 times 1. So that would work. And then 24 times 2, which is 48, and so on. So that can give us the first hour. Now the last hour would be, I think maybe 2 times I minus 1, because when I is 1 for day 2, it would be I think it needs to be, sorry, 24I. When I is 1, it would be 24 minus 1, which is actually, I think it needs to be 24 times 2, so actually 48I minus 1 is 7. Is that right? But then for the first one, hold on. I think maybe I need to do I plus 1. So for day 1, or sorry, for day 2, where I equals 1, how do we get to 24? It would be I plus 1, so no, it would be, I think, just I for the first one. I times 24. So 24i is correct. I'm sorry, I'm getting myself mixed up again. So let's just change this to last hour. So the last hour, I want it to be 47 when I is equal to 1. I equal to 1. And this is I is equal to 0. So when I is equal to 1, we got the first hour already. Now we need to get the last hour. So 47 is really 24 times 2, which is 48, minus 1. So it would be 24 times I plus 1. So I plus 1, 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 times 24 is 48 minus 1. So yeah, I think that's correct. So then when I is equal to 2 for day 3, the first hour would be 24 times I, 24 times 2, which is 48. Okay, that's right. And then the last hour, we want it to be 71, would be, if I is equal to 2, this is going to be 3 times 24, which is 72. 72 minus 1 is 71. Okay, so I think we got our formula working. So let's go down to our day loop. So this is for the 7 days of the week. Let's delete this. So we'll say first hour equals 24i, 24 times I, and then let last hour equal 24 times I plus 1 minus 1. Okay. So now let's console log. So we're trying to get the indexes here. So console log first hour, comma, last hour. Okay, so we're going to save. So what we're hoping to get in our console is looping through each day. For each day, we'll get the first hour and then the last hour. And they should match up with these numbers here. So, and then the days start at 0. Okay, so here we go. So the first one is 0 and 23. Good. 24, 47, 48, 71, etc. all the way to 144 and 167. So let's just make sure, double check that the last index is 167 for all of these hourly data. Yeah, it says the length is 168. So the last one is 167, which we can see here, which is good. Okay. So I think we can delete this comment since we got our formula working. So we got our first hour index and last hour index. Okay, so now we want to, let's just delete that. We want to get the let's double check what we need to get. We need to get the hour. So we need to get the hour, we need to get the weather code, and then the temperature. So let's just write that. So we'll go in order. We'll get weather code, hour, temperature. Okay, so we have the, I think we need to pull the weather in load hourly forecast so we can pull our data. If that's correct. Let me just make sure load hourly forecast should have result as the parameter. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to pull hourly, and I'll start with the weather code. Hourly weather code. So it's going to be weather.hourly.weather_code. So we're going to say let weather codes, plural, equal weather hourly weather code. I think that's correct. So weather hourly weather_code, and this is going to return the array. And then I guess while we're here, we can do the temperature as well. So let's duplicate this. Temps. And then we also need to figure out how, oops, can't access property weather code. Weather hourly is undefined. Wait, weather is the load hourly forecast. That's correct. With the result. And the result is the object. Oh, I forgot the hourly part, I think. No, I do have the hourly part. Can't access property weather code. Okay, let's uncomment or comment out where this is coming from. I think it's coming from load daily forecast, or I think it's just the, where is it coming from? Load location data. Maybe it's from load current weather. Okay, I need to find the console log here. Okay, so now let's console log the weather object. I wonder if it's because it's in this loop, because it's not accessible. So we'll say let weather console log weather. Will this return anything? Yeah. Oh, what? This is pulling the location data. Hold on. I'm just gonna comment this out so we get rid of our error here. Is that coming from here? Yeah, it is. So why is it loading the location data? So load hourly forecast. Where are we? Oh wait, I think I put load hourly forecast in the wrong place. It's not in the get weather data, so that's probably why it's returning the wrong object. So let's find out where this is. Here we go. Yeah, this was in get geodata, which is not right. So, here, get weather data. There. Okay, so now these should work because we're now loading the weather and not the location. Okay, so we didn't have an error, which is good. So let's delete that from load hourly forecast and put it back in the console from the get weather data. Okay, so here we go. And now we need to figure out what the hours are going to be. So on the site, the hours is just like, 3 p.m., 4 p.m., etc. So we're going to start at midnight, so 12 a.m. So I think we do need another loop inside here. To display the hour. And I guess it would be something like, let I equal 0 up to I is less than 24. This is kind of complicated. So we're getting the data for the whole day, so 24 hours of data. Then we now need to loop through the hours of the day for each day. So I think we do need another for loop. So so where should we start? Let h equal 0, so hours 0 it starts, and it goes until h is less than 24, I guess, so up to 23, and then increment. I wonder if we could put the first hour and last hour in here, because that's really what we want, right? So for I equals 0, we're going from 0 to 23. And then for I equals 1, we're going from 24. So I guess we could start from h equals first hour to h is last hour plus 1, I think. So let's make sure this loop is doing things correctly. So what I'm going to do is console the day. we'll do day and then I. And then we're going to console log the value of h, I guess. We'll just do h straight up. Okay. So hopefully this should console for each day, each of the 7 days, it'll console log 24 hours. Okay, so day 0. I guess we can do I plus 1. All right. So day 1 starts at 0 and it goes till 23. That's correct. So, and these are the indexes that we need to pull. So that's right. So day 2 goes from 24 to should be 47. Okay, that's correct. All right, so we got our hourly loop working. So now we want to, let's comment these out. Now we want to start pulling the data. So hourly. I guess we'll start with weather code. Console log weather codes index h, and maybe we'll uncomment the day so we know what day we're on. Okay, so no errors, which is good. So day 1 is 4 zeros and then a 1. Let's check that with the actual data. 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros and then a 1 and then 2. Okay. And then the last one is 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros. Yep, 6 zeros at the end. Okay. So I guess this is working. So now let's get the temps. So we'll do the same thing. Or maybe we'll just do comma temps h. And I guess we should do the hours too. I guess we want to round that. Let's create variables for these. So let weather code equal. We'll just copy it from here. And then let temp equal temps h. And then, so for the first hour, we want to say basically 12 a.m. So we might need to do some time conversion. We can either convert the time or just simply statically generate 12 a.m., 1 a.m., etc. up until 12 p.m. But I wonder if it would be better to pull it from here and then convert it to the format we want. So in time, we have the date time. So we would need to convert from this string to, the hour. So let's maybe just pull these first. So this is from time. Let hours equal weather hourly time, and then let hour equal hours h. So now we can say, we'll just do hour first. Weather code temp. Okay, so now for each hour, it's displaying the date and time, so the date and then the hour, and then weather code and temp. So now we need to figure out if we can convert from this date time string to a date object, I guess international date time object, and then from that format just the hour. So I don't know off the top of my head how to do that. JavaScript get date time from string. I guess what I'm not understanding is like there's a date object and then there's like the international date time thing. I'm not sure, you know, which one we want to do. Okay, so this actually looks like what we want. New date, and then in the parentheses is the string. So let's try that. So new date. So hour, let's do it here. New date. And then do that. And then it should format to just like some really long string of numbers. Okay, actually, looks like it did. What if we can use these? Get time. Let's just try this. Get time. See what that outputs. Oops. You can interact with the timestamp value directly using the get time and set time methods. So get time method of date. Yeah, why can I not run get time? Oh, sorry. New date. It needs to go outside the parentheses. Okay. There we go. So this is the time, which is milliseconds. And then I need to format that to hours. Like 12 hours. So now, let's see if we can, I'm going to search for format. Okay. So we want to go from the time to format it. Okay, here we go. H is the hour with 2 digits, and then is the minute. So we just need the capital H hours. So how do we format this? So yes, we want to format a date as a string. How do we do that? So it's telling us the formats, but I need date parse and the date constructor both accept strings and the date time string format as input. Date parse. Would that be what we're looking for? It parses a string representation of the date. No, that's basically the opposite of what we want. So we want to go from a date object to the string of the hours. Here, formats of the toString method. So these are just different, it's like built-in stuff. Okay, here's how to get the date, month, and year, or time. So how do we get the time? Get hours. Let's try get hours. Maybe I don't need get time. Let's just do get hours. Okay. Oh, I think that worked. We need to do a leading zero. How do I get the leading zero? I'm going to search for hours. So I want get hours, I want it to be 2 digits. So JavaScript get hours 2 digits. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, if we're doing AM and PM, I need to do this a little bit differently. JavaScript format date time hours AM PM. Okay, many people have asked this before. So this is like manually doing it. To locale string. Oh. Okay, that actually is exactly what I want. To locale string. Oh my gosh, yay. So then I don't need 2 digits. It's just going to be, you know, whatever, 12 a.m. To locale string. Okay. I'm going to read up a little bit about that. To locale string. I guess that's good to know. So here are all the methods you can run on a date object. To locale string is there. Okay, so I guess I got the data I need for the hours. I have all the data that I need actually now. Yay. Okay. So now, let's delete this. I think I can delete this too now. I'm always scared to delete code in case I end up needing it. Okay, so we got the data. We're outputting everything that we need. So now, actually, let's get the weather code name. Instead of just the code. There we go. There we go. Cool. Let's just call this weather since it's not the actual code anymore. Actually, weather name. Okay. So we got our data. So the next thing now is to update the UI with each of these. Okay, so one thing that I realize that we haven't really dealt with yet is that right now the code I wrote is loading all the hourly forecast data for all the 7 days. But if we look on the design, we have that drop down and it's supposed to let you select, which day you want to load the hourly forecast for. So I think I need to incorporate that into our load hourly forecast function. So instead of having this first loop going through each of the 7 days, I think I need to have the day index be a parameter in our function. So basically I think it would be the day index, which would be the number, and I want to default it to 0. So I need to look up the syntax for that. So JavaScript function parameter default value should give us what we want. Okay, default function parameters. Here we go. Okay, so you basically say parameter and then equals whatever the default value is inside the parentheses. So day index equals or is set to 0. So I'm gonna remove the loop. So now I think we don't need date options, so let's delete that as well. I guess I'll delete the loop because I'm pretty sure I'm not going to want that. So here in load hourly forecast, we are going to load the day, not I like we had before with the loop, but we're going to replace I with the day index. So by default, it's just going to load the first day, the current day. So let's save that and let's check. Okay, so day 1. Okay, looks pretty good. Also, we want to round the temperature. Temp math dot round. Because we don't want decimal places. All right, there we go. And okay, so then what we'll do later is we'll code when you change the value in the dropdown to choose whatever day. We'll tie each of the days to the day index number, and then that will get loaded into the load hourly forecast. So I think that should work. All right, so I think we're ready now to actually update the UI with this. So what we had before, we'll probably do something similar to what we did with the daily forecast, where each day had its own div with a unique ID. So here's the hourly content. Where's here? These are all the hours in this div. So here's the first one And I'll probably just do the same thing where I just delete these and we'll generate it in JavaScript. So here, let me just do that so you can see better. Okay, we'll just prettified it. So for the hourly hour, we want to make a div and give it an ID of, I guess, div hour. What do we do? Forecast day. We'll do dv forecast hour 1. And then I guess we'll do the same thing here. dv forecast hour 2 hourly hour. I guess we need 23 of these, which seems a little crazy. I wonder if it would be better to generate this in the JavaScript just because there's so many. But I guess like before, we were thinking that it would just be blank before it gets loaded. So I don't know what's better. We'll just do hard-coded. (16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay. Then we'll generate this like we did in JavaScript with the daily forecast. So let's see what we did here. Load daily forecast. So here's the loop for the days. And then we selected for the individual day and then did this stuff. So let's do the same thing. So we need to do this for hours. So let's copy finding the div. So we'll do this under here. dv forecast hour. Just double check. Yeah, dv forecast hour. And then instead of I, we did H. I just did that because it was in the inside the other loop that was using I, but we'll just keep it as H. Okay, so we got the hour. I should change that name. Forecast hour. Next, we want to generate the markup. So again, we'll go back up to where we were before with the daily forecast. And we have this. So now let's add daily element. So we'll have to probably do a similar function. I might just copy this, duplicate it. So add hourly element. So they have a lot of the same things. Okay, so add hourly element. And then where did we use add daily element? Okay, so here's what where we generated these. So this is the paragraph, image, and a div. What do we need for the hours? Image, paragraph, paragraph. So not too different. We'll just copy the image and the paragraph. Okay. I wonder if I could use the same function actually. Let's try to use the add daily element just to see if we can use that, and then if need be, we'll change the name so it reflects that you can use it for daily or hourly. Okay, so here is our hourly loop. So we want to add daily element to the forecast hour. And I think the first one was image. So we want to make that, I want to switch them out. So the image is the first one. And we'll get the class hourly hour icon. And I think it's basically the same for the other things because we're getting the weather code name. Let's rename that. And DV forecast hour is apparent after begin. Okay. So that should be the image. And then hourly hour time is the paragraph. And content will be the hour. Or whatever this was. Yeah, this is the content. What else do we have? I think that's correct. And then we have the temp. Hourly hour temp. Let me try to copy it from what we had before. We'll do that one because it has the before end. Okay, so we need to make sure we are doing it in here. And then get the class name, which is hourly hour temp. And then temp. Okay. I think that's correct. I think I also need to add the degree symbol, which I remember seeing up here. And we'll add that to the temp. Here, inside the hour. There we go. Okay. So, weather name is not defined. Weather code name. We have an error here. Can't access property, insert adjacent element, parent element is null. That's here. So let me comment out the first, they're the last two. And let's comment out all the data for now. Can't access property, parent element is null. So let me see here. Parent element, that's this. And that was DV forecast hour. So why is that not working? Oh, maybe first hour starts at 1. Let's comment this out too, and I'm going to console log DV forecast hour. Okay, it looks like it is loading them all. Forecast hour 1. It's trying to go to 24, so I think I'm looping this too many times. So maybe I don't need to add +1 to last hour. Okay, there we go. So now we're going from 1 to 23. which is correct, 1 through 23. Okay. Got that. So now let's delete that because the parent is loading correctly. Let's uncomment adding the elements. No errors, which is good. We'll go to hourly, hourly content, hourly hours, and here's DB forecast hours 1. Okay, looks like we have stuff here. That's the Figma design. Here's the website. And it looks like we do have all our hour stuff, which is pretty awesome. That was kind of easier than I thought it was going to be. Let me just delete the commented out stuff since we know it's working now. There we go. Okay. So we haven't gotten all the functionality like the drop down and stuff, but we do have basically all the data that we need is loading. So the things that we need to work out are choosing a drop down in this for the day, and then the search functionality, obviously, and then the units. So 3 different things we need to work out. Now, let's make this day drop-down menu. So my guess is that we can dynamically create different options, and we'll set the value to be the day index, which we can then use when we're loading the hourly data. So I'm going to comment this out and we'll leave it as reference like we've done before. And in our script.js file, we need to figure out where we want to create this drop-down menu. So I'm just going to close this function and let's kind of think about what we want to happen. So on the website, we want to, when it loads the weather data, we want to load the hourly forecast. And so I guess at the same time, we want to populate this drop-down menu. So that would be everything's getting run at the top here in the, so we start with get geodata, and we're loading right now we're just hard coding Los Angeles. But this is also going to be run when we type into the search box. Then it's going to load location data. And that is the location. So that's the blue box with the city and the country. And it also runs get weather data. So get weather data gets the weather data from the weather API. And here's where it loads the current weather, daily, and hourly forecast. So my thought is maybe we'll make another function here to populate that drop-down menu. So I'm trying to think, do we want to load the day of the week because that's what is in the drop-down? It's the day name. Do we want to just do that statically where we find the current day of the current day, or we find the day of the current day and then sort of do that? I guess we could do that. So I'm going to populate day of week. Day of week. So this will be a new function. So I guess we'll just add it at the end. Function populate day of week. And here's where we want to add options to the select. So here's the ID. I'm gonna rename this to dropdown. Dropdown hourly day. I don't know if that's the best name. Let's just do dropdown list day. So now let's declare that variable. So maybe we'll do it at the top under the other dropdown. Const ddl day equals document query selector ID of ddl day. So now in our function populate day of week, we're going to add basically add elements like we did in our hourly forecast. So let's double check how to do that. So here we want to basically add daily element. I'm just going to copy this one here. And we want to load the DDL day. So that's actually here. It should be the parent. And the tag is going to be option. The class will be hourly select day. Value. This is what we're gonna, I think, have to loop through. So add daily element. Where's that function? Tag, class name, content, weather code name, parent element, position. So we actually don't necessarily want to do all this. I guess I could just add another conditional. So if the tag is option, then value, we need to set a new attribute. New element, set attribute, and that's going to be value. And I feel like I'm kind of inclined to make this outside of this function because we need to loop through and set the value. Yeah. So we're going to copy this functionality. So we want to create the element and then set different attributes. So we'll just do this kind of statically here. So let's delete this. Let's say new option. Just to make it a bit different. And then we want to create the element with tag option. And then we're going to create this with a different class name, which is hourly select day. Okay. And then we want to add it. We don't need to create text content. Oh, we do need to create text content actually. So create text node and then append it. And this is going to be day of week. Just so we remember what it is. And then Let's hard code this for now, I guess. Let's start with Monday. Let's think about this. Okay, let's just see if just this will create one option in the element. So let's finish writing that code. So here, parent element, insert adjacent element. And the parent element is, where are we? DDL day, and then position, which one do we want? Before end. We'll just use before end. So it adds them one after the other. And then I think new option instead of new element. Okay, so theoretically when we run this function, it should create one hard-coded option. I also want to create the value, I forgot. Set attribute value. And I think it's just a string, so we'll just start with 0. So now let's run this function in our I think we already set it to run when we load the weather data, right? Get weather data. Yeah, populate day of week. Let's close that. Okay, so let's check our code. No errors, which is good. Okay, so let's find the dropdown under hourly. And it's in the header. Okay, here's our select here. And we do indeed have an option, so that's great. So now that that's working, I'm going to delete the comment. So this is just adding one option. And what we want to do is we want to, let's write some notes here. We want to loop through 7 days, because there's always going to be the 7 days ahead that you can select. And then we need to, like the value of the options, those are always going to be the same. The first one's going to be day 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, ends on 6. But the name here is what we need to be dynamic. So I think we can say day equals 0, day of week should equal the current date, but get weekday name. And then day equals 1. I think we can use set date or something like that to add 1. I'm just writing pseudocode here. Today plus 1 and get weekday name. So maybe let's start by just creating our 7-day loop. So for I equals 0 until I is less than 7, I increment. And we'll move this code inside our for loop. There we go. So now it's going to go 7 times, starting from 0. So let's now change set attribute value. I wonder if we can just say I. So I'm going to save this, and what I want to happen is it'll create 7 options in our select, and they're all going to be named to Monday, but the value should change from 0 to 6. So let's see if that happens. Here's our drop down. Okay, so looks like the value is changing, going from 0 to 6, which is perfect. Now we need to get the current day and then get the day of the week. And I think we had code already where we got the day of the week, like on the current weather. So let's take a look at here. Did we do it here? Let's check our initial HTML to see where we added the day of the week. Current date. So let's do a find. Where did we do stuff here? Okay. So here, and what function? Load location data. So that was the blue box. So we got current date, and then I think we use this format thing. So I think we can do something like here, where we get the date. We set our date options to just show the weekday. And then we'll create this again. So let's copy that. Where are we? Here we go. Populate day of the week. So I'm going to do this before we're setting all the attributes. So let's actually organize this. I'm going to move the consts together. And then here's where we're creating the new option and then adding it to the select. So up top, we'll do the date stuff. And for our date options, we just want the weekday. And I think that's the only option we need. So I think maybe it might just be easier to, instead of having the date options variable, we'll just paste it in, but options needs to be in curly brackets. There we go. So here's a current date. Maybe I'll say day of week. Wait, I did that already. We'll just say current date again. Now we want to, let's say current day, because it's not really a date. And then instead of hard coding Monday, let's do that. So right now, what I want to happen is we're getting the current day today, and it will just paste it in for all the 7 ones since we haven't like told it to increment yet. So let's make sure that's happening. Here's our drop down. So yeah, today's Friday, so it's saying Friday for all of them, but it is working from our date time format thing. Okay, so now we want to change the day. So I know you can do that with set date, I think. Oh, it's like, I think that might have been in the code I like deleted. So I'll have to relook it up again. So let's see if I have some stuff here. Okay, that was just getting the formatting it. Here, set date. This is what I was actually looking for. Change the day of the month for this date. So you start with a date object, and then you do set date, and I think you add this date value number is how many days you want to add. So we just want to add 1 day. So let's see if this will work for our international date time object thing. What I'm thinking about is, does this need to be declared outside of the loop? I think maybe it does. So let's move this outside of the loop. And I think it should still work. Yeah, it's still loading Friday. But we can change, we can set date +1 at the end of the loop. So current day, I'm not confident this is going to work, but we'll try. So let's see if this changes anything. Wait, I have an error now. Oh. Yeah, this is on a date object, not international date time format. So let's see if we can do that with the international date time format. Okay, I'm just going to look up JavaScript datetime for international datetime format change day. I wonder if I don't need to use datetime format, I think. Because actually this is formatting, this is the current date right here. That's where this is coming from. So I think actually what I need to do is let current date equal new date. And then this will sort of declare the current time. And let's think about this. Then we are basically formatting it to get the weekday inside the loop. So let's do that first. So let current day let's copy that. So we're just going to declare it or just create it, but current day equals this, and instead of new date here, it's going to be current date. Okay, since I made this change, let's see if it's working. Oh, there we go. Let's just make sure that the new changes we made are not causing an error, which it seems like they're not. Okay, so it looks like this is pretty good. And just to make debugging a bit easier, what I might do is console log the DDL day, and then I think it'll load the contents of DDL day here, so I don't have to keep hunting through the markup. Okay. Wait, did it not set the actual day? Oh no, it did, Friday. So now, we should be able to try to increment the date now. So at the end of the loop, cur date, set date, and hopefully this works. So, oh, this is interesting. It incremented it to Monday. So I wonder if I want to do set date I +1 to increase it every time. I think I'm not looking in the right place. Here we go. Oh, okay, that did it. Friday, Monday, Friday. It skipped Saturday and Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So when it's 0, it's Friday. So why did just I not work? So actually this is changing. Friday, skipped Saturday, Sunday. Wait, what the heck? I think I'm not, something is obviously going wrong with incrementing it. I'm going to make it also output the date. Where was that? Options. We're going to add day numeric just so we can see what's going on better. Weekday and then day numeric. Okay, so it's the 12th, and then it's going up to the 31st. Okay, so obviously I'm not doing set date correctly. Let's see, where are we? Set date. Set date method of date changes the day of the month for this date. Let's try set date 1. Oh, it's changing a day of the month. So I'm not doing this correctly. I need to add it. I want to add a day. JavaScript date, add a day. I feel like I did do this before. How do I add a day? Date prototype set date. Add days. Set date is the date plus days. I think that's what I forgot. Which is kind of funny. This is, I think, the code I deleted before. So set date date.set date should be current date. What was it? Current date. Maybe current date plus 1. I have an error. Date value is not finite. Get date. I guess I didn't think I had to use get date because I thought this was already a date. Maybe get date is getting the number of the date. Maybe that's why. All right. Okay, there's no errors. Let's go back to our dropdown. Okay, oh, looks like it's working. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yay! Okay, so let's remove the numeric since we don't need that anymore. And now, let's go to our website here. So I don't know if you can see that. But the dropdown says Friday, which is today. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Cool. Okay, that was a little bit hard. But we've successfully populated our dropdown with the correct values, so we can now use that when we're changing the day that we're selecting. Okay, so we are successfully loading the hourly forecast and also our drop-down menu. Now I want to kind of make the drop-down menu function, I guess, correctly, like when this website is actually getting used. If we look at our code right now, on the page load, we're loading the location data, then we're getting the weather based on that location, and we're loading all the weather data here and populating that day of the week dropdown. But this actually is not dependent on the weather data. So I wonder if it might be better to just load this kind of initially. We'll just add it at the bottom like that. And let's see if that's still working. Looks like it is, yeah. And the reason that we want to do that is that, yeah, it's not dependent on the data just for the dropdown itself, but also we want to reload the hourly data, you know, when the dropdown menu gets changed. So what I think I need to do is kind of attach that to a function. So a function would be, actually we already have the function, load the hourly forecast. And initially I had this parameter of date index defaulting to 0. But what I think we could do instead is make this dependent on the value of the drop-down menu. So, and by default it's going to be value 0 because it's the first item. So let day index equal drop-down list day value, I think. I can't remember. So let's see if this works. That's not working. Let's see. Value is not a function. Maybe it's just value. Okay, it looks like it worked. There we go. So now what we can do is now every time the drop-down list changes, then we'll rerun load hourly forecast for that day. So we need to, I think, add a listener event to the select. And let's look up how to do that. JavaScript select listener. I don't know if that's the right search term. Add event listener. Let's check out MDN whenever we can. Let's see. Oh, it's not an input really. Web APIs. Select. Event listener. Change. Okay, so add event listener. Let's find an example code here, hopefully. Here. So this is going to be a drop down dot add event listener, and then I think it was change. So let's add this down here. I don't know if it matters where it's happening. So DDL day add event listener change. And then when it changes, we want to run that function load hourly forecast. So and then we can move. So initially we'll load it, we'll run it once when we first load all the data, and then we'll run it again if the drop down changes. Let's see if this works. Let's see if we got any errors. Okay, no errors. So I'm just going to reload just for good measure. So we have the hourly data for Friday. Let's change to Saturday. I can't tell if this changed. Sunday. Oh. Okay, something is not running correctly. I'm also going to add a little console log message. Load hourly forecast, just so I know that the function is running. So it ran once. Now it made an error. So let's change the dropdown. Can't access property weather code, weather hourly is undefined. And that is line 156 here. The weather data is what we've been using. And we were passing it in as a parameter, but I don't know the right way to do this. Do I create like a global variable of the weather data and then change the value? Oh boy. I feel like I remember reading that you shouldn't use global variables or something like that, but let's just see if this works. I'm going to make a new variable, weather data. So now when we load the weather, in the try block, this is the result. So instead of result, I'm going to make this changing the value of weather data. So then now we're going to run it off of that. So let's see if that works. It seems to work. So now let's try changing the dropdown. Okay. So I think that's okay because I didn't change it down here. And actually, if it's a global variable, we don't need to pass it in as a parameter. So let's change that functionality. Maybe I'll just call it weather, so I don't need to rename everything. I feel like weather data is more descriptive though. Okay. So let's select weather dot Control Shift L, and we're just renaming it everywhere. Probably going to make some errors here. Okay, so now we don't need weather. Because everything's loading from the global weather data object. Okay, so now the load hourly forecast should work. So on Friday, it's 25, 23, 21. 25, 23, 21. Oh man. What's wrong here? Parent element is null. On add daily element, line 129. Here. So what's the problem here? Can't access, so parent element, which is here, is null. So where's this getting set? It's getting set from the parameter. Add daily element. Why is that running again when we change the drop down? What's happening here? Load hourly forecast. Line 168. I changed all the weathers to weather data. So I'm not sure what is going on right now. Let's reload. Everything's loading without an error. So when I change, this is when it causes an error. And why is that happening? It's saying the parent element is null. And that should be DV forecast hour. Let's check our markup. It's saying the parent element is null, which I don't understand. So line 168 is where it's coming from, which is here. I wonder if I need to test statically, because I only tested day equals 0. So let's try to statically test. So instead of day value, we're going to set it to 2. So it's only, it was working when it was day index was 0, but not when it was 2. So we do need to figure that out. Okay, so what's happening is if the dropdown is not set to 0 the first day, we're getting this error, can't access property, insert adjacent element, parent element is null. And this only happens if we change it from 0. So it's working with 0. Let's just check that. Yes, there's no error when it's 0. Let's comment that out. But if we change to anything else that's not 0, it will error like that. The reason for that is parent element is null and the insert adjacent element. That's from when we did the add daily element thing. And this is because we're setting the parent element to this div here. And it is the div that has DV forecast hour and then, you know, starts at 1 and goes to 23. And the problem with that is that when the day's not 0, then it's starting to do, it's starting at 48 for day 3. So this means that we're looking for a DV forecast hour with ID of DV forecast hour 48 plus 1, which is 49. So I think I'm doing some stuff. Basically, we always want the first one to be DV forecast hour 1, no matter what day it is. So let's comment out this stuff that's causing the error, and let's make sure we are basically outputting the correct like div that we're looking for. So console log, and we'll do this DV forecast hour h plus 1. And maybe we'll say hour equals h, just so we can kind of output everything. Okay, so now we're gonna get a lot of numbers. So day 3, the first hour is 48. And then this is actually not right. So let's change it back to 0 just to make sure we're starting from the right place. Day 1 hour is 0, DV forecast hour is 1. And let's just uncomment this again. So this is day 0 today, starting at midnight. 12 a.m. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And actually, we would need one more item to go to 11 p.m. So I needed to add one more thing here. So there's a 24 ID. Okay, so I think we need to add one more thing here. So we're starting at hour 0 is 1. So I think we need to basically go one more time. So hour 23, DV forecast hour 24. So we'll do that. There we go. So now we have 24. And now on our site, it should go all the way to 11 p.m. Yeah, so 11 p.m. is the last one, and it is loading correctly. So, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So there's 24 items, 24 hours in each day, obviously. So we now need to figure out how to get from other days to output the correct ID. So for example, on day 2, we still want it to output 1 for the ID. But in terms of the hour, the first hour and last hour are the indexes from the hours object. So it starts at 0. So the second on day 2, we want to start at number 24 because we started at 0. And I was getting really confused about this, so I actually made a little chart. So to keep track of what indexes and what days and what day indexes. So the first day index is 0. First hour index is 0. So again, this is the index in that hourly object to get the temps and the symbols and stuff. And then the last one is going to be 23. So day 2, the second day index is 1. First hour index is 24. And for the first hour index, we always want the ID that we're loading stuff into to be the DV forecast hour 1. So we need to figure out a way to get from 24 to 1 and 48 to 1, and then similarly from 47 to 24, and so on. So we need to figure that out because I was using the hour to calculate the ID. And I guess I'm actually thinking that we could just maybe do like an incremental thing where I could just, in this loop, we could start let ID index, or we'll just say ID equal start at 1, and then every loop will increment it. So ID, and then instead of doing hour plus 1 to calculate the ID, we could just do ID. I feel like that would work. Okay. So it's not incrementing, it's staying at 1. Maybe we need to declare it out here. Okay, that seems to be outputting the correct IDs. So not declaring it inside the loop, it was just redeclaring it as 1 every single time, so that's not what we want. This actually, I think, is working. Okay, so I guess I was being too complicated and trying to use the hour to get to, 1 for the ID, and I didn't need to do that. So now let's try hard coding 2 for day 3. And that seems to be working. So day 3, the first hour index is 48, which does seem to be correct. So let's actually check this and then compare it with what we have on the website. So hourly temperature starts at 48, 24, and it's rounding, so I don't know if that's gonna be 24 or 25. 25. Okay, so this actually seems to be working. Cool. So yeah, I was just being too complicated trying to calculate it based on the day index. Okay, so I think let's remove the console logs. And this seems to be working, so the next thing we want to check is, are we going to be able to select a different day? Oh, something changed. Okay, we need to clear out the old, all the IDs when we change. Load hourly forecast is what gets run when you change it, which is this function we've been working on. So I think at the top, we want to basically empty out any of the content in the divs. I guess we could empty it out each one individually when we reload it. Maybe that'll be a little easier to do. So let's just move this up here. So we need to look up JavaScript for how to basically remove any child elements from a div. So JavaScript, remove child elements. Remove child method. Okay, so let's see. So here's the parent. We want to remove the child. But we need to specify the actual, like, div. Oh, to remove all children from an element. So this is the ID of the parent. So this will be the DV forecast. While element has a first child, remove first child. So I guess while it has a child, i.e. first child, it'll remove the first child, and then I guess the other ones will, then the second one, then the third one, etc. So let's try that. Now, this is the parent div that we want to remove. So first, we're going to remove it. DV forecast hour. And it'll replace it. Actually, let's see if this works in our... I'm just going to try it in the browser because I'm kind of curious. So I haven't reloaded anything. Oh, shoot. I just kind of want to see what happens when we do the remove child thing. So, document query selector DV forecast hour 1. Remove, I already forgot what it was. Remove child and then element dot first child. So remove child. Can I use this? This dot first child. Did I do that right? Remove child, and then element.firstChild. Let's just do this a very messy way. Okay, there we go. Okay. It did delete some stuff. It's removing the first child of the thing. But then it's saying argument 1 is not an object. Let's just uncomment it and see if it works. So let's change. Elements not defined. Oh, there we go. Let's change to Saturday. I don't know if that did anything. Saturday's 25, 26, 24. So I don't know if this is actually working. TV forecast hour equal document query selector. Okay, that actually did seem to work. So it removed everything from the first one. So why is it not? It doesn't seem to change. Let's see if this is actually getting run. Seems like it is. Okay, let's go back to the first day. So day 1, I guess I'm just gonna have to manually look for the data. Where is it? So Friday is temperature starts at 0, so 25, 24. That doesn't seem right. Wait, I think I'm still hard coding everything. Oh my gosh, of course it's not changing. These are the dumb things that mess you up. Okay, so now I cannot believe I forgot to do that. Under hourly, temperature. So the first day it is 25, yes, 24, yes, 22, and 21. Okay, now let's change to Saturday. Ooh, it did change, but we have an error. What's going on? Can't access property first child. It did change though, so let's just make sure the data is correct really quick. So for day 1, it starts at 24. So 23, yes, 22, 20.7 rounded up to 21, and 19. Okay, good. So now let's figure out what is causing that error. Wait, why does it say day 11? Oh man, I think it is day 21. That console log's coming from here. So day index is, I think what's happening is it thinks it's a string. This is like a JavaScript thing, so it's concatenating it. So it's saying day 2 plus 1, but it's like adding it as a string. Yeah, day 31, 41. Okay. I'm glad I remembered that from when I learned JavaScript. Let's see. So we want this to be a int. I wonder if JavaScript has a toInt function. I don't know if it does. Looks like it doesn't. Okay, JavaScript. Change string to int. Parse int. Parse int, and inside the parentheses is the string, comma, and then 10. I'm just kind of curious. Okay, so I guess that works. So parse int string, comma, 10. Okay, so let's try this again. Oops. Looks like it is changing. Sweet. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Okay, that was kind of hard, but yeah, we got it working. Cool. So we got that functionality working. The other functionality we want to do is the search and then the units. All right, so the next thing we're going to work on is we want to be able to type our search into the search box here. And then when you click search, it'll run the search. So looking at our code right now, we have this getGeoData function. And at the moment, it is automatically running when the page loads. So we don't want to, I don't think we want to run it immediately on page load, but we want to, when you click the button, we want to run this function. So this search button, let's find where that is in our markup. It's going to be up at the top. So let's close the dashboard. And here, it's going to be this search button. Now, we need to make this an ID, give this an ID, button search. And then we're going to add it into our JavaScript. So let's add, we'll add it up at the top. Const button search equals document query selector ID button search. Then we need to add an event listener to this button so that anytime it's clicked, we can do stuff. So we'll add it before the drop-down day. So button search, add event listener, and we're listening for a click function. And what do we want to run? We want to run the getGeoData function. All right. So now, when we run getGeoData, we want to, instead of this hard-coded value of Los Angeles, we want to pull whatever the text box has. Here's the ID. Let's make this ID text search. And then we'll also have to load this in our JavaScript. Const, actually, let's just duplicate what we got. Text search, text search. So we'll save that. So now search is going to be text search Value, I think. Can't remember if that's correct. Let's type in, I guess we'll do Berlin, Germany. And let's go to the console, and there's stuff, you know, we have some errors here because we haven't fully written everything out. So I'm trying to get the text search value. Okay, so text search value is correct. Okay. Now we're getting this error because it is running on page load. So let's not run it on page load. I'm gonna reload. So you can see it's blank here. So now we're gonna search. It looks like things are updating. Sweet. Okay, so let's try that again. Ooh, why is this suddenly horizontal scrolling? Okay, yeah, we're getting some double. We need to clear out the daily forecast, it looks like. Okay, so we need to clear out our code. Whenever the forecast day 1, so I think we did clear out stuff for the hourly forecast, so load hourly forecast. And I think what I did was I cleared it out each time it's loading the hour. Here, this one. Let's remove that comment because I don't think we need it. So we'll do the same thing. We're going to load daily forecast, then in our loop, before we add the elements to it, we're gonna clear it out. And this is gonna be DV forecast day. There we go. So I think that should work. Okay, so let's try again. Los Angeles. Okay. And let's try Berlin, Germany again. Okay, so much better. All right. So it looks pretty good. The other thing that I need to do, I think, is let's try New York. If I press enter, yeah, it'll still go. This looks pretty good. So I think the next functionality is the units. So I decided to make this a drop down where you can select Celsius or Fahrenheit. If you look up at the top here in the header, we have our drop down here. So based on the drop down value, we will change, I think get weather data. Yeah, here we go. So I actually added logic for this already, which is pretty great. So if the units is Fahrenheit, then it's going to be set to Fahrenheit, miles per hour, and inch. Otherwise, this is the default. So if we look at the site, what I want to happen is anytime this changes value, then it'll basically rerun the data and it'll, check what unit is selected, and that will affect what we put in the URL. So once again, let's load this into our JavaScript, DDL units, if I don't have it already. Okay, I do have it already, actually. So now let's add our event listener at the bottom. We'll do it before DDL day, just to kind of keep it in order with where it is in the markup. Add event listener, change, because it's a select, and then basically get geodata again. Okay, so now Let's search. And we're going to, right now it is Celsius by default. So let's change it to Fahrenheit. And it changed. Cool. Change back to Celsius. Now what if I do this? Nothing happens. Okay. It sticks at Celsius. All right. So that was easier than I thought it was going to be. And we did the day selector already. Now the next thing we need to do is style these drop downs because I haven't styled them at all. So let's check out our design. So here's what the drop down looks like. Let's see what color this is. This is color neutral 8 and the text is white. So neutral, sorry, 800. So let's start doing that. So we want to style both the units and the day drop down. So what I might do style wise is add a helper class to both these drop downs. We'll just say drop down. And then let's find the other one. It's in hourly. Oh, sorry, here it is. Class. Drop down. And now let's add our styles. So we're going to go back in our styles, and because it's a shared style, let's add it in our global styles. We'll do it maybe after dashboard. Yeah, I'll just do it after dashboard in its own thing. So drop down. So let's keep this split so we can hopefully see the changes happening. So we want to make this that gray color. So background color. Let's see what we did here. Can't remember which one is neutral 800. So let's go back up to our colors. Neutral 800. That is this one, color panel BG dark. Here we are. Okay, and then color text light. All right, now it does have this border, so let's set border to 0. And then we need to add the font styles. I don't know if that's the right font. Let's see here. Okay, so this is actually something that I need to add to my boilerplate style. So all form elements are, for some reason, they have their font, all their font styles set in the browser, like on the tag. So let me show you what I mean. Font. So the font family is this MS Shell DLG. So what you want to do actually is in the global styles, we want to, oh, we did this already, font, oh, I didn't add select, that's why. So I did do that, but it just, there we go, so it didn't get set. So now we can style everything else. Here we go, drop down. So let's get the font styles for here. This is text preset 7, which is 16. And it looks like it's the same. It's 14 on mobile and 16 on tablet and desktop. So let's go back to our font styles. Looks like we did do this already. So thank you, past me. Let's go down here. So font size, drop down. There we go. Maybe I'll change it to CNF. Fahrenheit's kind of a long word. Because I think people understand. Maybe you should do degrees. Ampersand DEG. Okay. I feel like that's pretty good. And we want to, let's just double check the font size. Yeah, it is 14. I think we just need to add some padding and stuff. So let's go to our design. It is 12 pixels of padding on top and bottom. And then the whole thing should be 120. So let's add our padding. "12 pixels. Seems really tall. 42 pixels tall. 43. Okay, I guess that's how big it is. And the border radius is 8. Now the other thing here is we have that gear icon. So I might add that as a background image. So it's 42 pixels on the left. So on top and bottom is 12, but on the right, how much is it? 38. Okay, I guess we'll just do 38 on left and right. And background image, URL, assets, images, here. Okay. And for whatever reason, I like having all the individual background properties instead of just using the one background shorthand and adding all the values in it. Background position, center. Let's do 12 pixels from the left. Whoops. Oh no, sorry. Center is vertically 12 pixels from the left. Something like that. Seems about right. 16 pixels from the left. I feel like that's kind of good enough for me. Okay, let's do the day. Okay, this one looks a little messed up. The gear is only for the top one, so it should be in header dropdown. And the padding might have to be different too, because the padding was really just to make the space for the gear. So let's go to header, drop down. There we go. Okay, so that looks decent. Okay, so here is our other drop down, and the color is the same as the background color, so let's fix that. Here we go. So the color here is a bit lighter, neutral 600. So let's style that, and that's going to have to be for the specific drop down too. So I think we'll do the class hourly select. Here we go. Now, background, color, panel, I feel like maybe it was panel BG light, maybe medium. Neutral 600. That is light. Okay, so that is correct. And then it's obviously very wide. So where's the header drop down? Width. Okay. This one says 120. I wonder if I could just set width to like auto or something. Okay, that actually worked. And then padding is 8 and then 16. Okay. Feels like it's a little hard to see, but I mean, I guess that's what the design is. Is that right? I guess that's right. Okay. Dang, so I think we actually got the functionality working. Our drop downs work, which is great. Now, we need to check the styles because this looks a little bit, this is desktop, this looks a bit strange. As you can see, it's just like way too tall. So here's mobile, and this is fine. This is really long still, but it looks even weirder when we start getting to desktop, because it's like super tall. So what do we want to do here? I might try to do something where I'm limiting the height of the hourly forecast to kind of fit the like the bento look, and then we could scroll inside this div to overflow. And I'm not super confident about the styles here, so I'm going to just test in the browser first. So here's the hourly section, hourly content. Let's just try adding overflow Y, scroll, and see if we set the height to something static. I think this would work like that. But obviously we don't want to do a static thing, but just for the principle of it, this is kind of what we would want to have, like that. So I'm not sure how to make the height like not dependent on the children, like that. So let's look into this. So let's look at our layout here. So the dashboard is in this grid here. So we have the current, we have the daily, and then the hourly. And what I want is to make the hourly like not so tall, but I'm not sure how to do that. What if we added the overflow styles here? Height of 100%. No. So what do we do here? In our dashboard grid, it is 3 columns, and then we did not set the rows. So here's our grid. We have 2 rows and 3 columns. So the current has 2 columns in the first row, and then the daily is on the second row. So I know I could set the row height to be a static one, but I feel like that's not really what I want. Basically, I want the height of the row to be determined by, or the rows to be determined by the content in the left columns. And then this one is just kind of fills up whatever's available. I'm not sure how to do that. What if I set grid template rows to be 2, like 1FR, 1FR? Two FR, 1FR. Yeah, I have like no idea what I'm doing. Let's try it in the dashboard styles just to see. Where are we? Dashboard. I think I'm going to try to set a default thing. So if there's nothing in here, textbooks has a value, but it's not running that for some reason. I feel like that's maybe due to when the different JavaScript things get loaded. Oh, it's probably because I'm not initially running get geodata. There we go. Okay, so we're just going to default to New York. Okay, so back to the dashboard. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to limit the height of hourly. I'm just adding a static thing here. So this actually works. But, you know, I want it to be the height of that. This is hourly content. If I set height to 100%, max height 100%? No. That's just going to be that. What if I use position absolute to take hourly content out of the flow? So that means that the height will not affect the rest of the grid. So now you can see the grids here. So then I could do height 100%. Would that work? I feel like this is sort of getting close to what I want. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, this does what I want. Okay. So what I did was I set the hourly content to position absolute, height of 100%, so that it'll match the height of the parent. And then overflow Y scroll. So copy these hourly content. And then I have to make this position relative. And then now it's the correct height. Okay. So I made the child hourly content, position absolute, and the parent is hourly. And the hourly is getting its height from the grid because hourly content, since it's position absolute, is taken out of the normal flow of the document. So it's looking a lot better. Let's turn off the grid style highlighting. There we go. Okay, so here is desktop. Let's just make this full screen. Here's desktop. You can see we can scroll down here, find the hourly. There's like no space between these guys. What's going on there? Yeah, okay. Let's add some space with the gap on hourly header. .42 pixels. Okay, we'll add a gap of 40. And that was hourly header. Okay, now there's space between them. Okay, so again, here's desktop. Looks pretty good. Oh, here's tablet. Tablet looks very strange. Okay, so this position absolute stuff should only be for desktop. Here we go. And for desktop, it's 1,000 pixels, I think. There we go. So then it'll be kind of normal for the other viewports. Maybe I will add a max, like a static max height, because that just seems a bit crazy. Max height. What if we did 50 VH? Oops. I think that needs to be on the hourly there. Still really tall. Let me just try static. Maybe it should be on hourly content actually. And then overflow Y scroll will be on, oops, all viewports. Okay, there we go. So let's set this to 60 VH. There we go. I think that looks better. Let's check on mobile. So, looks pretty good. Yeah, and then, yeah, I think this is better. Here's mobile, tablet, good. And then desktop. Nice. Okay, so I think this is pretty much complete. I know there's like there's some maybe user things that I could add, but this video is going to get really long and YouTube has a max of 12 hours. So I think we're going to leave it here. We got the basic stuff down, so I think, this is pretty good. So, if you made it all the way to the end, thanks for watching this whole thing. Hope you found it helpful. Let me know down in the comments what you thought. And yeah, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.